Directors, could I have you take your seat, please? That means you, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of Wednesday, December 6th. My name is Ian Morrison. This is my first chairing of the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting as of recent appointments. I've done it before. Be gentle. I'd like to begin by acknowledging and recognizing that the CVRD is on the unceded territories of the Cowichan, Malahat, Subasat, Halalt, Penelakut, Staminas, Liaxin, Paquachin, Ditidat, and Pachidat nations, whose people have walked gently here for thousands of years. I'd like to just begin before I turn to our corporate officer. We have a packed gallery today. We have a packed agenda today. And there's a lot of important business that needs to be done by the committee, and I would just like to note that we've already been at this for a couple of hours, and I think some of us would like to get home not too long after the sun goes down. So we have a lot of hours ahead of us. I'd like to ask for everyone's cooperation in having a smooth and efficient meeting. And with that, I would like to turn to Ms. Boyd for first item on our agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those, Director Nicholson?
I'm just wondering if there's anything that is not time sensitive that could be, it's a very full agenda.
It's a very full agenda, and we've already contemplated the fact that there may be items that will be moved to the regular meeting on the 20th of December. But it's my intention to see what we can do about getting through the entire agenda today. So with that, I would vote on the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Oh. She's opposed. We have one opposed, or two opposed. Next item.
Thank you. We have a motion that the minutes of the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting of November 15th, 2023 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. Any business arising?
No business arising from the minutes, but we move to public input period. The public input period is to offer the public an opportunity to comment on an agenda item before the committee considers the item. The public input procedure policy allows for an allotment of 15 minutes where the speaker is welcome to comment on any items on the agenda up to a maximum of 3 minutes. This excludes items that may, are, or have been subject to a public hearing. Should the public wish to provide input on an application or a bylaw that is subject to a public hearing, we ask that you please email the CVRD Development Services at ds@cvrd.bc.ca and or attend the public hearing when scheduled. Today's speaker should comment in a polite, calm, and courteous manner using respectful language, civility, and decorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. So thank you for those of you that arrived early and got your name onto the speakers list. I just note that we are going to endeavor to hear as many of you. As I said, we have a very jam-packed agenda. We have, without going into a lot of detail, we are in the process of clarifying our public input policy. And at this point, we've noted on the agenda that there are items that are not yet subject to red bylaws. So at this point, I've got a list. We've got a 15-minute period with a maximum of 3 minutes per individual. I checked with the members of the audience that arrived early, and I've got a list in no particular order, but I've called Jane to please come forward and provide input. And would you, when you come up, identify yourself and the item on the agenda that you are providing input to the directors. press the button so that we can hear you. Again. There we go.
All right. Mr. Chair, area directors, I'm Jane Kilfay. I live in Cowichan Bay. I have 32 years' experience in maternal child health and speak today to item R11 on behalf of the Cowichan Climate Hub. We need a zero-carbon building bylaw at level EL4 to remove fossil fuel emissions from new homes. We need it now. We are in an escalating climate emergency. At the current pace, the science tells us we'll hit 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming before 2030, the barely safe limit we can adapt to. BC's Zero Carbon Step Code's 2030 provincial implementation date for that level is too late. The province gave local governments the tools to eliminate fossil fuel emissions from buildings now. We ask you to join North Cowichan and Nanaimo and be the leaders that we need implementing a zero carbon bylaw by July 1, 2024. Victoria and Saanich went zero carbon at EL4 in May 2023. Vancouver, North Van, West Van, the City of Nelson, and other BC cities, towns, and regions have done it and are doing it. We need you all. This bylaw will not only reduce municipal greenhouse gas emissions and help you meet your own emissions reduction commitments, it will address the increased risk of asthma and childhood leukemia for children from the nitrous dioxide and benzene that leaks into indoor air along with methane gas in homes with gas, space and water heating and gas cooking. Vancouver Island's construction industry has been aware of BC's Zero Carbon Step Code for more than 2 years. In 2022, I was able to attend as a guest one of the regular information sessions on the code for island builders. They're ready. Yes, there are a few foot draggers, and the majority of contractors are very ready. They've told us more and more people are asking for homes heated and cooled with efficient heat pumps. We must align our building standards with the communities around us, both for safe climate and for our kids' health. Canada has the third highest per capita greenhouse gas emissions in the world. We're not on track to meet our already insufficient emission reductions targets. Neither are Canada's provinces, including BC. No province or territory is on track to meet their 2030 or 2050 emissions reductions targets.
Jane, you're nearing your 3 minutes.
Okay. Saying BC is doing better than other provinces is meaningless when we're so far from doing our part. The tools given to you as local governments by the province can make a difference if you use them now. Implementing EL4 in 2024 means 7 additional years of emissions reductions from new and healthier homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look to my list, I see Pauline. Welcome, Pauline.
Hi, Chair Morrison, directors. My name is Pauline Hunt, and this is on, yeah. And I have lived in Area H, North Oyster, for the past 40 plus years. And I'm here to ask each one of you not to grant an industrial zoning upgrade to the Simpson Road site currently rented by Schnitzer Steel. The district of North Oyster consists of farms, rural residential properties, and woodlands. The entire region is highly devoid of fresh water resources. Major water sources like the Nanaimo River and Quesnel Lake in our area are located in the RDN. We have no access. Just like other CVRD districts, the majority of people use groundwater wells in our area. And in recent years, climate change has added further water scarcity pressures to our groundwater supplies. And it's really desperate. If North Oyster is going to be able to respond to population growth and expand its civic center in future, it's imperative that we have a reliable water supply. And the only conceivable water source available to this community is in the region is the Cassidy Aquifer. And the Cassidy, our North Oyster Public School and Community Center use this water supply from a well on the aquifer located at Cedar Road on the Blueberry Farm. The Blueberry Farm is attached to the Schnitzer Steel site. It's just a really desperate situation there in my mind. Why would anyone locate a heavy industrial zone in this location? The Cassidy Aquifer, where this industrial site is being proposed, is a highly vulnerable aquifer area. It's the most vulnerable area on the entire Cassidy Aquifer, which stretches all the way to the Nanaimo River and Ladysmith Harbor. It's just the wrong place to put this kind of industrial development. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever when we're trying to protect our future water supply. This is the wrong location for heavy industrial zoning. Point one, no matter how many covenants we put in place, there are no guarantees our aquifer will be safe from contamination at any point.
Pauline, your time is
Is
nearing
it?
an end.
I have one, just a couple more
Could you please wrap up,
sentences.
please?
Yes. Point two, designating the Schnitzer site to heavy industrial zoning will saddle North Oyster with forevermore industrial activity on our highly vulnerable aquifer. And what heavy industrial business will replace Schnitzer in future? Schnitzer's going to be there for a limited number of years. Who's coming next? Point three, please make protection of all existing freshwater resources, including groundwater, your number one priority when making land use decisions for the entire CVRD. Water is number one important.
Pauline,
Water is
thank you
life.
very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your comments. I have John on the list next.
Is that how it works? Okay. John Edwards, farmer, APC commissioner, and poet. At the public meeting in last fall, I asked representatives of Schnitzer Steel what precautions are they taking to protect Thomas Creek. This was met with laughter and expressions of ignorance. This map shows Thomas Creek in 1976 as it existed, which I can give you after. It shows that it crosses Cedar Road, goes under now, but used to go across the lands where Schnitzer Steel is, and ended up at the airport in a pond just outside the loading bay. So this is fact, and it's true. Unfortunately, the stream now is virtually underground. So I urge you all to look at R1 today, the section regarding riparian assessment. Has that been done? Is it because we can deny it exists that it can be ignored? And secondly, the present business in no way resembles the legal non-conforming drive-in theater that once existed there, in which the only pollution would be popcorn being spilled. It's quite different now. So I encourage everyone here to acknowledge the truth, not just a fantasy, that the priceless environment of the Cassidy Aquifer is sacrificed for temporary capital gain by an international company with questionable foreign practices. No doubt the language of the lawyers employed by possibly this company will couch their defense in expensive, obfuscatory legal terminology. But unless you seek the truth of this ongoing environmental disaster, you will be in plain English, or Latin, which I also speak, like Pontius Pilate in his interrogation of Christ for heresy, who said to the court, "What is truth anyway?" and didn't stay for the answer. Thank you.
got next on the list, Murray. Welcome, Murray.
Yeah, sorry for looking disheveled as at the cattle campaign for the Salvation Army. But, and I've not brought my prepared babble today because I received 4 emails from 3 different CVRD staffs telling me there'd be no presentations today. So something's really wrong with CVRD staff or something.
John, Murray, please, there's nothing wrong with staff. There's been some discussion amongst the colleagues, my colleagues, prior to this meeting. We're welcoming public input. We're not welcoming remarks like that about our staff. So, but if you want to provide input on a particular item, please do. But please be respectful, not only of the people in the room here, but the staff that you may have interacted with. Things changed this morning, okay?
And I
Please
got,
proceed.
one of the emails came today about 11 o'clock, I'm sorry. So there's some confusion.
John, do you want to provide some input to the committee?
No, my name's
All
Murray.
right, Murray,
but
please,
if I could.
the things changed this morning in advance of the meeting after your 11 o'clock. I'm not here to debate. I'm really interested in you providing input to the committee on the item of your concern.
Thank you very much. It's to do with application number 03-8-16RS, Simpson Road. The problem with this operation, as someone explained to me, we got $1 million operation sitting on top of $1 billion asset. This operation is illegal as it stands right now. When the business started some years ago, it was legal non-conforming. This business has expanded somewhere between 10 and 50 times the scope of operation that was when the bylaws came in. So this is an operation that's on top of an aquifer, which I hope we would agree is very important. So I just think that whatever they put in place is going to be for this business or is going to be for the land. And even if Snitzer was outstanding corporate citizen, which I think their record speaks for it, the trouble is they may move on. So I think what we have to do is look at the property and try and keep it zoned and get it back to the size of operation it was when the bylaws came in. Thank you.
Thank you, Murray. Next on the list, I have Pamela.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison and councillors. I appreciate and thank you all for your work you're doing. I'm here to talk about Simpson Road as well. In 1979, I was 18 years old. I had a Volvo 164, and my brother and I used to change the spark plugs and the points and the condensers. That's the year that Cassidy Auto Court started there too, with a little tiny operation. I believe that they said, their bylaw said 2 or more cars. And they did so and were granted permission to do this on top of an aquifer. Well, today I'm heading for 65. No longer any points, plugs, and condensers in any of our cars. In fact, now we have catalytic converters, we have lithium batteries, we have freon gases. All those things are, as Murray said, 50 times bigger than it was when it was Cassidy Auto Court back in '79. It's huge. The cars shouldn't be there. All that stuff shouldn't be there. And we're smarter now. We didn't realize perhaps back in '79 there was water underneath them. But I'm wondering to myself, what will cars look like when my grandchildren are 18 or even 65? What will be in the emissions then? What will they be pulling out and spilling all over the ground? What I'd like to ask you is that do anything you can to make sure that Snitzer is not allowed to be on this site. And once their lease is up and once they're gone, please do anything you can to dissuade any heavy industrial from going back into this piece of property. It's too precious as the aquifer sits below there somewhere, and we all need that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. I'm looking at our clock. We have possibly room for two more speakers, but I'll call up David next. If David's brief, we can squeeze another one in.
You know me. Hello there, Mr. Chair, honored elected directors, respected staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today and for listening. It's regarding item R11 on the agenda. My name is David Slade. I live in Cobble Hill in a home that we built 12 years ago that emits zero carbon. My house generates more power using rooftop solar than it uses in a year, including charging our electric car and electric bike. I tell you this not to brag, but to show that I am not asking of others what I have not already asked of myself, and to invite anyone who is interested to come and see what we have been able to do. Later today, you will be seeing a staff PowerPoint presentation and being asked to decide on accelerating implementation of the Zero Carbon Step Code. Please keep in mind that the data used in the presentation is from 2016. As you can see on the info sheet that I hope you received, since 2016, Canada has gotten worse, while many of the nations used in the 2016 comparison, including the EU and the USA, have gotten much better. But sticking with the 2016 data used in the coming presentation, please note that in regards to per capita and total country carbon emissions, Canada was the 7th worst out of 209 countries and getting worse every year. You will be seeing comparisons to other countries who have per capita emissions greater or similar to ours and hear that the excuse that Canada has a cold climate. What you will not hear or see is that Finland and Iceland have per capita emissions much lower than ours, and that Austria, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Greenland all have per capita emissions that are less than half of Canadians, in spite of climates that are equally cold or colder. So we really have no excuse not to be pulling our weight in this global carbon and climate challenge. Imagine we are pushing the sustainability wagon up climate change hill with the fires of global warming roaring up behind us. At the top of the hill is safety on stable climate plateau. All of us as global citizens should and could be pushing and pulling for safety because failure is simply not an option. But push as we may, the efforts of individuals will never be enough. We need government at all levels to put air in the tires and to grease the axles, and maybe to hook the occasional white stallion to the wagon if we are to make it in time. And time is short. Please consider the graph on the other side of the handout that I sent out, showing all of the extremes we saw in 2023. Ice loss, open temperature wildfires, gobsmacking scary, I think was the scientific term used to describe it. And current trends suggest there is no reason to believe that we will not look back on the heat dome and the atmospheric rivers of 2021 as the good old days. Note the wildfire graph. In BC, the worst 4 years of wildfire area burned in recorded history has all happened since 2017. Director Wilson and myself put sprinklers on our roofs each summer in the hope that when wildfires come to Cobble Hill, our homes will be spared. Current emission trends and models make such fires almost certain in the years to come. The hour is late, the need is great. Please use your power to pump the tires and grease the axles by implementing the accelerated Zero Carbon Step Code. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That brings us to the end of our public input period, and
Excuse me, sir, with all due respect, I've come to speak for those who do not have a voice. And
well,
I'm here for an-
hang on, just
Please, I'll let you finish speaking, but we would like to have all of our questions answered, and I do not appreciate the disrespect that you've shown to the elders in this room thus far. Please, allow all the elders to speak. These are the people who have fed your family, sir. These are the farmers. And so it's time that you listen. It's time that everybody listens. Because I do not appreciate your attitude at this very moment. It is rude and disrespectful. And so the people will be allowed to speak. Do you have a time limit? Do you have another meeting to get to? Because if you don't, then you need to stay here and listen to the people. With all due respect, sir, do you appreciate what I'm saying?
I absolutely appreciate what you say, but I also have to respect the policies and procedures of this organization and respect the time and the policy.
The policy of non-pecuniary interest, you're passing into that by...
We are now going to take a break. 5-minute recess.
We will allow your recess in expect you to come back.
Director Acton? I'd like to welcome everybody back from the recess. And just in keeping with our agenda, I'd like to encourage anyone that would like to stay and observe the workings of the committee's business. We will be moving to that next section of our agenda. I'd also like to encourage anyone that hasn't provided any written input on any of the items on the agenda to that you can do so at any time to ds@cvrd.bc.ca. And just to note that items on our agenda, some may be subject to public information meetings and public hearings. And I would encourage anyone that would like to provide input or make comment that you can do so when those will be scheduled. So with that, I would turn to Ms. Boyd. Next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. We have no delegations, no correspondence, and moving into C1, grant and aid requests from Electoral Area A, Mill Bay, Malahat regarding Mill Bay Nature School PAC, that it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid Electoral A, Mill Bay, Malahat in the amount of $1,000 be provided to the Mill Bay Nature School PAC to support truth and reconciliation work.
Oh, pardon me. Director Segal.
I need to recuse myself. My kids go to the school and I'm on the PAC, so I'll step away.
Thank you. Thank you for that declaration. Ms. Kaufman, is there an issue? Well, we've gone beyond public input period. Is there, please come to the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify that as per the public input policy, this board does have the ability to extend the public input by another 15 minutes by majority vote of the directors. Is that not correct?
It is correct. It's 2/3 vote, and there has been no positive resolution to that front. We are continuing on with our agenda.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
did I miss the vote? Did you vote?
There was no positive resolution to extend the period.
So a vote was held and it was not supported?
There was no motion made. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, there was other people that
Ms.
wished to
Kaufman.
speak. Thank you.
So we had, first item was C1.
Thank you, Kate. Director Segal has left the meeting room to decide on the recommendation just recently read.
Moved, second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Director
You can bring her
Segal.
back in. Moving to C2, grant and aid request Electoral A, Mill Bay, Malahat regarding CMS Food Bank. That it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid Electoral A, Mill Bay, Malahat in the amount of $1,000 be provided to the CMS Food Bank to help provide food for local residents.
Moved by Director Segal, seconded by Director Abbott. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed, the motion carries.
Thank you. C3, grant and aid request, Electoral Area C, Cobble Hill regarding Shawnigan Cobble Hill Farmers Institute and Agricultural Society. That it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid, Electoral Area C, Cobble Hill, in the amount of $500 be provided to the Shawnigan Cobble Hill Farmers Institute and Agricultural Society to assist with the Cobble Hill Village Center community Christmas activities.
Moved by Director Wilson, seconded by Director Segal. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, the motion carries.
C4, grant and aid request, Electoral Area F, Cowichan Lake, South Scotts Falls, regarding Cowichan Lake Community Services Society, that it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid Electoral Area F, Cowichan Lake South Scotts Falls, in the amount of $1,500 be provided to the Cowichan Lake Community Services Society to support the 2023 Christmas Hamper Program servicing the Cowichan Lake area.
Moved by Director Abbott, seconded by Director Segal. Any discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries.
Thank you. C5, grant and aid request, Electoral Area I, Yubo Mead Creek, regarding Cowichan Lake Arts and Cultural Society, that it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid Electoral Area I, Yubo Mead Creek, in the amount of $500 be provided to the Cowichan Lake Arts and Cultural Society to assist with the spring reprint of the brochure containing information on artists around the Cowichan Valley.
Moved by Director Segal, seconded by Director Acton. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed, the motion carries. And just for information, items that we've just recommended to the board and other items will likely be on the board meeting of the 13th. Glad we got that clarified. Next items, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Would you like me to read the information items, or?
Yes. I think
Okay,
you should.
thank you. Information 1, Electoral Area A, Mill Bay Malahat Advisory Planning Commission minutes of November 16th, 2023 for information.
And next item?
IN2, Electoral Area C, Cobble Hill Community Parks Advisory Commission minutes, November 6, 2023. Electoral Area G, Solitaire Gulf Islands Community Parks Advisory Commission minutes of November 2nd, 2023. And Electoral Area H, North Oyster Diamond Community Parks Advisory Commission minutes, September 25th, 2023 for information.
Any discussion of those information items? Seeing none, Ms. Boyd, next section.
Moving on to reports, R1, report from the Development Services Division regarding application 03H16RS 13271 Simpson Road, PID 008903603. We have Ms.
Ms. Wright.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. So I'm here to talk to you about application number 03-H-16RS, which is 13271 Simpson Road. Yep, next slide, thanks. So,
Pull your mic around.
sure.
There we go.
Great. So what I'm here to present to you is an updated set of requirements to consider for the OCP and zoning amendment application. I won't be spending much time going through the history of the application process, as that's covered in the background section of the report. So overall, this application was received by the CVRD in 2016 and has been considered by the EASC 5 times. This presentation is going to be structured to discuss how the recommendations are laid out in the report. So I might be jumping around just a little in terms of the report content, but not in terms of the recommendation. So next slide, please. Oh, no, sorry, stay here. So in terms of this part of the background, in the most pressing part about this right now is in April 2018, the first and second readings of proposed OCP and zoning amendment bylaws were granted. So the OCP amendment bylaw number 4194 was to designate the site as a commercial industrial development permit area in the previous Area H OCP, which is now repealed. And the zoning amendment bylaw number 4195 was to amend the Area H zoning bylaw by rezoning the east side of the parcel, which is split by the Trans-Canada Highway, as I-4 Industrial Recycling Zone, to permit auto recycling yard and metal recycling yard as permitted uses on the site, along with all the other uses permitted in the I-1 zone that exists now. So in June 2023, a public information meeting was held, and minutes from that meeting and the additional comments and questions that were not addressed at the meeting can be found on the planyourcowichan.ca website. Referrals for this application were initially sent out in 2017. Since then, a lot of staff turnover in every sector of the workforce has occurred, and also many regulations have changed. So external referral agencies expressed interest in having another opportunity to comment on the application. So we sent out referrals again this past summer, and the list of agencies who responded is included in the report. This is the list of who responded, not who we sent the referrals out to. So missing from that list of responses, though, includes the Nanaimo Airport Authority and the Regional District of Nanaimo. So their responses are included in there, they're just not on the list in the report. Next slide, please. So, as I said, I'm going to structure this presentation in terms of the recommendations. So this says 1, 2, 3, which corresponds to number 1, 2, and 3 in the recommendations. I won't be reading it out, but I'll be speaking to it. So I'm first going to talk about the OCP amendment bylaw. number 4194. So this bylaw was, as I mentioned, was drafted to amend the previous Area H OCP. Since first and second readings were granted in 2018, the CVRD adopted a new harmonized OCP, and the previous Area H OCP has since been repealed. So we are now recommending that first and second readings of the OCP amendment bylaw be rescinded, and that the bylaw be revised and considered to amend the current OCP for the electoral areas. So the proposed revisions include to amend Schedule C to add the portion of the parcel to the east of the Trans-Canada Highway to the Development Permit Area 12, which is industrial development, and to amend Schedule C by deleting paragraph 4 to address typos and correct language. So it currently refers to commercial / institutional designated lands where we need it to, and there are no institutional designated lands there. So we are changing the language to say commercial and industrial designated lands. Next slide, please. So in terms of zoning amendment bylaw, which are recommendation numbers 4 through 6, so this bylaw also, bylaw 4195, was received first and second readings in 2018. So with that bylaw, the original bylaw was to add a new I-4 industrial recycling zone to permit all the uses that are currently permitted in the I-1 zone, but also by permitting auto recycling yard and meadow recycling yard to the new zone, along with to the new zone. So since then, our new comprehensive zoning bylaw project is well underway, and it doesn't really make sense to add a new zone at this point because all the industrial zones, along with all the other types of zones that exist in all the CVRD bylaws, will be amalgamated and reduced in number greatly. Right now, we have, I think, 351 zones, give or take, in all the zoning bylaws. So we can't just keep adding zones to permit one use here and there. So what we are now recommending is to repeal second reading of that zoning amendment bylaw, and to now that the uses of auto recycling yard and metal recycling yard, as they were previously defined in the first, that were considered in the first two readings of the bylaw, simply be added as site-specific uses for this specific property only. And so they will still be able to do everything that's permitted in the current I-1 zone, but also be able to have the uses of auto recycling yard and metal recycling yard. So there's also some site-specific conditions of use which would only be applicable to this parcel that we've also suggested as part of this review. So those include including a maximum height of 9 meters for all vehicle, metal, and material stored outside. Right now, there is no height limit. Also to include visual screening and landscaping along all road frontages, which would include a 1.8 meter fence and at least one row of evergreen trees. And we are also suggesting to include a 15-meter setback where the adjacent parcel is zoned agricultural. I want to note, though, that this already exists in the Area D zoning bylaw, and we are anticipating to carry this forward in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. We just wanted to put it in here now, so it's very explicit to this application. We are also in that, including so within that 15-meter setback, where a parcel is zoned agricultural, we will also have an 8-meter vegetated buffer where the adjacent parcel is within the agricultural land reserve. So current bylaw number 4195 already contains a regulation to pave the areas for end-of-life vehicles or where non-ferrous materials are stored, and to ensure that these areas are serviced by oil water separators. The revised bylaw 4195 removes the permitted 15-meter height for structures, as it's higher than the height that is currently permitted in the I-1 zone of 10 meters. So we just rely on the height of 10 meters as opposed to going up to 15 for this property. Next slide, please. So in terms of additional application information and site works. So these number 7 ABC also correspond to the recommendations. So the recommendation includes further includes further information that would be used to evaluate the impact of the proposal on the community and inform the application. So what we're asking for is an updated environmental management plan to address the protection of and work to avoid the contamination of the aquifer. We're also asking for a stormwater management plan to design and construct a system to supplement the paving works that were completed on the site in 2020 without obtaining the required development permit, as well as also to consider the development that already exists on the property. Stormwater management plan is an integral part to any development and includes site-specific provisions to minimize the impact of runoff flowing into the water bodies and impacting aquifers. So I also want to comment that and I'll talk a little about this as well in the covenant section, which comes up next, but the previous stormwater letter that was attached to the covenant that the committee received earlier this year addressed only the paved areas of the site, whereas a stormwater management plan addresses the site as a whole, regardless of what exists, and also addresses anything that someone may or a property owner or leasee would propose to build on the site. Not that that has happened for this application. Another thing that we are recommending is a conditions and impact assessment. So this will assess and determine if any streams, as defined by RAPPER, or environmentally sensitive areas are on or adjacent to the subject property, and determine any corresponding regulatory restrictions. Last but not least, we're asking for a fire protection report, which includes the installation of firefighting water tanks and a fire hydrant or other appropriate connection for fire protection. The system will need to be designed to work in conjunction with the previously mentioned stormwater management plan. And to note on this one, this is a direct response to the referral comments received from the North Oyster Fire Chief, and which is included in attachment H, which is entitled Referral Response Summary. So that, where I say in the report 66,000 liters, that came from the fire chief, not staff. So next slide, please. Sorry, here in the audience, gallons, not liters. Sorry about that. In terms of the draft covenant, so the current covenant, the covenant was drafted and presented to the EASC in May of 2023. The draft covenant currently requires the paving of end-of-life vehicle areas, equipment maintenance areas, and non-ferrous areas. The site plan on the screen shows these areas, and this site plan is attached to the draft covenant. And as I mentioned before, these areas were already paved in 2020. So the covenant also currently requires oil water separators in these paved areas, and these were also installed in 2020 during the paving process. Lastly, the covenant requires site maintenance and monitoring reports to be provided to the CVRD at least once per calendar year. So next slide, please. So what we are proposing is to keep everything that's currently in the draft covenant and then add what I'm going to discuss next. So this is in response to the referral responses as well as the public input we received at the meeting last June. So we're proposing that an area be established at the entrance of the subject property for after-hours scrap metal drop-offs from the public. And we're asking that this area be fully fenced and screened. So the images on this slide show a photo that was taken in May 2023 that's on the left, which shows an area that exists on the subject. This is on the subject property already, not on the road right of way. So we're showing an area, kind of what has happened sometimes is that the public seems to drop off their used metal and such, and it doesn't look so great. This photo on the left was actually taken last week, so the area has been cleaned up, but what we're asking for is this area be screened. We're also asking that the testing of the two existing groundwater monitoring wells occur by the applicants at least every 12 months with annual reporting to the CBRD. And finally, we're asking to secure the proposed works and measures in the plans and reports that I have previously discussed in this presentation, which includes the stormwater management plan, the conditions and impact assessment, environmental management plan, and fire protection report. And that's all the information I have for now, but the applicant is here to speak to the application, should you wish.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. So just for everyone, excuse me, just for everybody's understanding of the process and for us to consider this, we will go to committee members for questions that they may have for staff. And when that is completed, we will ask if the applicant has any additional information that they would like to provide to committee. Committee will then have a question to pose, or an opportunity to then pose questions to the applicant. And when we're completed in our posing of questions to either staff or the applicant, then we will consider the resolution and the information that's before us. So with that, Ms. Wright, you can stay there if you would. I have Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll defer to Director Martman as the director of the area, and if okay with you, I'll follow him.
Certainly, Director Martman.
Thank you for that, Director Wilson. And first, thank you to staff. This is, well, I have a binder, and it's very lengthy, and this is quite the file. So thank you for all the work and actually to previous planners, because I think there's probably 3 or 4 planners that have actually taken on this file at different times. I guess I would just like to comment or maybe have comment on, this is probably one of the largest number of recommendations I've seen, and there's additional information since the last meeting. Maybe comment about the, why is that and the need for those?
Certainly, thank you. So through the chair to Director Martman. So the first 3 recommendations all pertain to the OCP and repealing it. Unfortunately, that can't be changed because the OCP amendment bylaw is amending a bylaw that no longer exists. So with the way that we're required to word things, that's how we have the first 3. And that includes also kind of goes into the zoning amendment bylaw portion as well, is that we need to be very explicit in what is rescinded and why, and what we're replacing it with. And then when we move on to the additional information, and I was saying 7A through D here, and the same thing with the covenant 8A through C, those are so that the committee, if they so wish, can add to it and be very explicit in where they add. So for instance, you could say, I want to add 7E, and through a resolution and put that forward. Or you want to remove one and be very explicit on what to remove, as opposed to us saying, please proceed with the recommendations as outlined in the report. That's very vague language. So we tried to be as specific as possible to allow a very specific recommendation in the end.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I think that, thank you. I find it very comprehensive. Thank you.
Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wright. One of the things that has been asked at public input period was the question of legal non-conforming status there. Can you explain on that one and just expand what it actually means?
In this case, legal non-conforming means that the use was permitted at a time, and that the zoning bylaw changed, which then didn't permit the use. So basically, what could happen is that usually when a zoning bylaw changes, let's say it had changed to residential, and so we zone it for a single residential dwelling at some point in the 80s when it was rezoned, but this use continues. It means that they can continue the use until it stops for a certain period of time. The Local Government Act says that time is 6 months where the use stops completely, and then you'd move on to what the use that's permitted in the current zoning bylaw of today.
Great, thank you very much. And follow up, please, Mr. Chair. And if this application were denied at this particular stage, what would then be the situation as far as the current zoning is concerned? I'm assuming that we didn't approve the present covenants that have been put forward in the report there. What would be the situation then?
That's difficult for me to really respond to. The situation would be that the applicant we would discuss what part is legal non-conforming or not. But it is difficult for me to really expand on that right here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there at all. If my understanding is correct, then if none of this was approved, then they could carry on with their present situation as they're doing at the moment because they are legally conforming or non-conforming? Am I putting, I don't want to do this. Am I putting anyone on the
Yeah, I
spot?
think
And I
so.
don't want to. Yeah, yeah. All right, forget that for the time being. And if
You have
anybody
another
else wants to
question?
talk, yeah, I do, about the fire protection. There was a question about, is it just water or are there additional bits and pieces in there that would be, foam suppression, that kind of thing? And also on the 12-month testing, I don't think, considering that the Cassidy Aquifer is quite shallow at this stage, whether that could be changed to a more regular, such as a 3-monthly or 4 quarterly type of thing.
So I'll start with the first part of that question, if I may, which is the fire, the fire protection. So with that, that's why we're asking for a report to go along with it. We want we want a professional to inform how the stormwater management system, which is why I also touched upon that, how the stormwater management system needs to be designed to.
Excuse me, Ms. Wright. Some of us are having difficulty hearing due to chatter in the gallery. Could we ask you to, if you must have a conversation, please go outside? Ms. Wright, please continue.
So the report would address how the catchment would catch anything to do with if a fire did occur on the site. And the second part of your question had to do with the aquifer or the well monitoring. That is kind of goes into Director Martman's original question, is why the recommendation is so specific and so lengthy. Yes, it could be amended to require more frequent monitoring, but the part I didn't touch upon, in the report, or from the report, is that on page 4, it does talk about, the report does talk about a letter from the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, which it deals with the spill recovery response. And it does say in there that there has been there's been found no contamination of the site after the fire. So with that, we have to make a decision on trying to find a balance of the requirements for this application. And with that, 12 months for staff seemed reasonable. However, you as elected officials may feel otherwise and may put forward a different recommendation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got Director Acton, followed by Segal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we're talking about I understand this, how it's being moved forward, if it was to go ahead to public hearing and a rezoning. But the proposed rezoning with industrial, I'm wondering, because it's hard, we don't have a crystal ball, so it's hard to imagine future uses. Like when you go to rezone a spot, you tend to think of how is this going to be used in the future. And I think someone did bring up the fact that, cars have changed, things may change. So, and I also know that the province regulates the site with its own regulations. So if for some reason cars changed or industrial use there had some new contaminant to deal with, would it be a disservice to us if it's not in the zoning, or would the province fix their regulations?
I think I'm a little confused. However, I think I can answer. The zoning bylaw, this isn't the only metal or scrap metal yard in the CVRD. There are others that occur. Change happens in zoning bylaws, should change with the times. I think though, and correct me if I'm mistaken, you're asking, should this use run indefinitely with the land? Is that what if I can get a little clarity?
I think just if there could be something in cars that changes, or so then they would be offering another use, almost like a disposal of something else. So who regulates that, I guess is my question, like with the province? Because other rezonings we might see, you kind of want to predict the next 20 years what this property could possibly do, and you're not as specific, maybe. But I'm wondering if there's something, if it came down to it, does the province also regulate what the types are?
No, thanks for clarifying. Yes, so there are provincial regulations that oversee this use, but in terms of the zoning bylaw itself, these definitions were specifically crafted for this property. So it's very specific for a reason, and that's to only be subject to this specific property. So when we do get in the conversations of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, these definitions will be brought forward in that bylaw unchanged and still only apply to this specific property. So we're being very specific, excuse me, we're being very specific in what we permit on this piece of property in particular.
Director Segal.
Thank you. I wanted to circle back to Director Wilson's question about the frequency of water monitoring. Just referencing in the external referrals, Island Health recommended in order to capture seasonal variation, it's recommended to sample no less than every 6 months. So I'm wondering, yeah, I guess if you took that into consideration, but you still went with the 12 months, like your rationale.
Yeah, through the chair. It's true. So as Ms. Pressman was saying too, I'll just say what she was saying. The environmental monitoring plan that's proposed would also address monitoring. But in this case, as I said when Director Wilson also asked the question, is we are trying to balance the requirements. We're trying to not treat this applicant different than we would any others. And we, for the most part, there is well testing done at some points, but it is generally every 12 months. So we're trying to keep in line with other properties within the CVRD. But as I said, when I answered Director Wilson, that it is up to the discretion of, or up to the committee members to put forward an alternative resolution if desired.
Follow-up, Director Segal.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to do that since the Cassidy Aquifer is very sensitive. I'd like to, how do I do this? Make
We don't have
No?
anything on the floor. We
Oh,
haven't
okay,
heard from the
okay.
applicant.
Bring it up
You're
later.
really early on that one. And just so for my clarification on that line of thinking, we can request, but we're not the repository of the results of that, correct? This is the Ministry of Environment?
That's a gray area as well. We would, according to the wording of this, we would obtain, the applicant would send us the results. And what we would do, because we don't have a well monitoring program per se in the CVRD, and we do have Keith Lawrence here from the Environmental Services Division, if you would like more information on that. But we would get the results. However, when we get them, the only thing we can really do with them right now is assess, is the well contaminated, which we would hope that the report is very explicit about, or is it not? If it is contaminated, we would contact the province. However, legally, it's also up to the owner of the land, and I'm assuming also the applicant, to contact the province as well if they find that contamination has occurred.
Thank you. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. Thanks very much to staff for all the a lot of work has gone into this, and to address what I think are some real risks to the aquifer that the community has really honed in on. And I agree completely with the additional information that you've put in your recommendation. But I'd like maybe to think about official community plans and communities' input into official community plans. And I think it has been a mistake I think probably if the official community plan had been amended in a reasonable time frame, the community would have identified this site as not an appropriate industrial site. So my question is, we're moving forward into a modernizing the official community plan process. What is the opportunity to maybe evolve this site into something that is not industrial?
So I could speak to it broadly. However, I don't represent the Strategic Initiatives Division. I don't believe anyone is here to talk about exactly how that process is working out right now, or unfolding, I should say. But in terms of this site, usually when areas are redesignated, it's not per parcel, it's per area. So you would, in an official community plan capacity, you would redesignate the area as something other than industrial. In this case, it's difficult to do, well, not to do, it's difficult to foresee what would be alternative, because you do have the airport right there that's across the street on Simpson Road. They have that, according to the airport plan, they've designated that kind of triangular portion of their property as a pseudo-commercial industrial area in the future anyways. So with keeping that in mind, it comes to a long-range vision of, okay, so you have these current industrial uses. If the lots are redesignated as something else and then rezoned accordingly, these uses, once again, are still legal non-conforming on the site as of today, and how do we proceed from there?
You're talking about two
I
separate
don't.
aquifers.
Excuse me, can I ask you not interrupt?
That's not
I'm sorry,
one under
this is,
one for area 8.
excuse me, I'm going to have to ask that you not comment. We have staff before us. This is in the hands of the committee at this point. There has been public information meeting has been held, and should this proceed to a public hearing, there will be other opportunities. But currently, this is the inquiries of staff for clarifications based on the information that staff have before us. I beg your indulgence. At this stage of the consideration of this, we do not receive public information in this part of the process. Thank you. Ms. Wright.
So, as I was saying, I don't represent anyone or I don't represent Strategic Initiatives, and I really can't speak to where in this process we could fit this in again into their work plan. I don't know. However, the modernized official community plan has not been adopted yet. So technically, there would be room for change. However, an OCP can be changed at the discretion of the board at any time as well.
So I've got Directors Martman and Wilson. Did I see anyone else? And just go ahead, Director Martman.
Well, I've been listening and I thought there's some really good questions, and thanks staff for the answers. I proceed to move to a motion if there's no other questions.
So procedurally, you call for a motion at any time. Normally, we would pose our questions to staff, and for process perspectives, the applicant will have the opportunity to present any additional information they would like. So hold on that. I think we might even have an amendment to a resolution coming up as well. And I'll go to Director Wilson. Questions for staff?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you again, Lauren. I'm going to circle back a little bit here to the subject, which I think is very important. That's the aquifer protection. One of the things that's has been mentioned is the frequency, and I think Director Segal brought it up. In my particular area, and I can only refer to that because I keep an eye on Aquifer 197 very carefully, we actually monitor 4 times a year. That is part of the industrial company that has that area there. They supply, they do the testing once every quarter. They then upload those to the province, who then uploads it to the website. So it is publicly available, and it could be done. In this particular case, an Aquifer 197 is a deep aquifer, whereas Cassidy is not. But I think my concern here is to try and protect any aquifer. It doesn't matter where it is. From, and I'm going to use the term, I've used it before, external aggression, external contamination, which we know may happen. But the point about the results is that nobody seems to look at them. I'm very lucky. I have a person in my area who is well qualified, who gets those things, looks at them, and then comes back to me. And I know what's going on down there. This is the problem. we can have all the monitoring we like, but unless it's being policed and looked at, then we have a problem. So could I ask then, please, is there anyone in the CVRD that could look at those results rather than just receive them?
If I could, Mr. Lawrence, would you care to?
Mr. Lawrence, welcome to the lectern. You heard the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, through to the director. Indeed, we do have a drinking water and watershed protection function which looks at whole aquifer health, whole watershed health. The CVRD has started implementing the surface water quality monitoring strategy this year. But still to come is the development of a groundwater quality monitoring strategy, again looking at whole aquifer health for aquifers across the region, as well as, and that plan would include the specificity of frequency and the parameters that would be tested. In this case, there is a site-specific need for groundwater monitoring, and so we don't want to take away from that need and the discussion that is important for that as well. So that's a little bit of clarity about the big picture around monitoring and where that's at. And if there's any other questions, thank you.
And one very short follow-up, please, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
If, and this is a question of procedure, if I wanted to update that from a yearly, a 12-monthly to a quarterly, would this be the time to do it as an amendment, or would that be some other time?
There's no motion on the floor.
Okay.
We still have to hear from the applicant, and there's directors that haven't had an opportunity to speak or express any opinions yet, so
Good.
not yet.
Thank you.
So before I go to the applicants, I'd like to look to my colleagues around the table that haven't provided any comment or would like to or ask a question of staff. I guess we've got, I see nodding off, so not nodding off, but waving off. Nobody's going to nod off on this file. With that, thank you, Ms. Wright, and I would like to ask if the applicant is present, if they would like to provide some information, additional comment in regards to the application that's before us.
Thank you, Laura. Thank
Welcome.
you, Chairman and Committee. Narez Kara, the Senior Environmental Manager with Schnitzer Steel, with my colleagues Marty Prolkowski, our Vancouver Island General Manager, and Jack Shepard, who is our Regional Director. So some comments here. First and foremost, on most of the stuff that the recommendations put forth by the staff, we're comfortable with. And I know there's a question on the sampling frequency. As per Vancouver Island Health's recommendation in their letter about increasing the frequency of monitoring, we've committed to doing semi-annual groundwater monitoring, and that's to factor in the seasonal variability within the aquifer, and that's something that came up. The other thing that VIHA, their acronym, had mentioned, that they're well aware, and so is the province, that there's talk about impacts to the aquifer, but they acknowledge and they have seen that several of the residences or other businesses within our vicinity may or may not have installed their drinking water wells or irrigation wells to groundwater protection code as established by the province. So I just wanted to put that out there. In terms of who these results will go to, yeah, we would provide to the CVRD, and I believe VIHA has asked for copies of those results when they come forward. So I'm hoping that answers that question. The height restrictions, I think they're we can live with. The stormwater management plan. So just to provide context, we did provide some stormwater management designs specifically for the areas we were asked to pave. But we're happy to move forward and sort of do a more comprehensive stormwater management plan for the entire parcel as being put forth. With respect to the fire protection report, we do, and Marty and Jack can confirm this, we do have fire suppression storage tanks on site that have water with I think there's 4 or 5, Marty? There's actually 3 for a total storage capacity of 66,000 liters approximately already. And then the last thing, I think the only significant concern we have is the ALR guideline setback of the 15 meters and the 8-meter buffer for a couple of reasons. If you were to measure that from the fence where our eastern property boundary lies, we have a stormwater conveyance channel with a berm there. You measure that in, that's going to basically significantly impact our ability to operate. It goes right into the portion of of our ever fluctuating stockpile of material. There is already a setback, and we are exploring, options to put in some sort of retaining wall at that eastern property that acts as a noise barrier and a sound barrier. So I just wanted to put that out there. And Jack and Marty, I'll leave it up to you if you have anything else to add.
I was just going to address the public drop-off. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, speak in the
Okay,
microphone,
no
please.
problem. The public drop-off, as we say, it being a historical site, put in place because people like to drop things off after hours. We see that the risk far outweighs the benefit, and we're proposing to remove that and put security in place for a time to prohibit that action. We know that it looks pretty bad, and we don't like it either. So that's our proposal there as well. Yes.
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
And last but not least, and to Lauren's point, there are other regulatory mechanisms that we have to adhere to from the province as well. So just wanted to reiterate that as well. And just I'll reiterate this as I have in previous meetings. Our business, we're a commodity-based business. Metal recycling does fall within that zero waste challenge that the CVRD has promoted. And we're happy to work with the community as we strive to do, and we'll continue to do so. So thank you for your time.
If you could hang
Sure.
on there for a moment, I'll
Absolutely.
just look to committee, see if there's any questions for the applicants. Look around the room. I see no questions for the applicant, so with that, I thank you very much for attending today, and welcome to listen to our further deliberations. No one online, so thank you very much
Right.
for that.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you,
for your
committee.
time.
So just for the purposes of the people in the audience and those that may be watching at home, the normal procedure is to have as I stated earlier, the directors have the opportunity to pose questions to staff, have the opportunity to pose questions to the applicants. We've completed that. I would look again to committee to see if there's any further desire to ask any questions of staff. And seeing that there isn't, now we would look at the possibility of a resolution to consider, and I turn to the director for the area.
Thank you, Chair, and if I can get a seconder, I would move option 2 to deny. And I'd like to have some comments if I have a seconder.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
So, the issue at hand is land use. It's not the landowner, it's not the leaser, and it's about a decision that I consider to be generational. It's in perpetuity. I'll get this right. First Nations, they have a saying about perpetuity because they don't use the word, but as long as the sun shines, the water flows, and the grass grows. So I consider this to be that type of decision. I think it's for a while. And rezoning this would be that way, or putting a covenant would be that way as well. But protection of a highly vulnerable aquifer, which is, and this is coming directly out of the staff report, which is susceptible to surface contamination and having high transmissivity, which can allow for the rapid transport of potential contaminants, is critical to my community and to, I would say, everybody in the Cowichan Valley. Water is one of our most precious commodities. And when I think through everything I've read and reread, and everything that you've asked and I've listened to, I keep coming back to what is the long-term way of looking after this aquifer? And it's about getting the zoning right. And that means sticking with what we have and staying with this current zoning. I really strongly believe that in the long term, the best conclusion is to deny. Thank you.
I'd ask folks to refrain from applause. Director Acton.
So this has been a really interesting application that's gone through lots of ups and downs. And I think at this point for myself, I can't make a political decision. It's clear the community would just like this business to disappear. But by us denying this application, it's not going to disappear. And by allowing the process to unfold, I believe we have a better opportunity to actually protect the aquifer. So, and that's the goal here, to me. It has gone towards that multiple times, also with the previous area director of Area H. So, and I know that I have kind of wavered myself, but I am gonna be voting to against denial.
Director McClinton.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I want to thank all the public. They came here today and offered their opinions on this. I would agree with my colleague, Director Acton. This is a challenge. We are, the board, or the Electoral Service Area Committee, has been put in a very difficult decision. It's clear the community doesn't want this, but it comes down to what changes we're legally able to enact. The province hands us our powers and can change them on a whim. And that is the context which we have to work within. So I asked myself, we have an aquifer. I would assume, I'm almost certain to a person, this board, we care about the aquifer and protecting it. And how do we go about doing that? Do we take a passive approach and wait for this business to go away whenever that might be? Or do we start to take a proactive approach and put things in place that help us protect it? That's the approach that I think is the most responsible given the tools that have been handed to me and the decisions I need to make. I also, would offer up, there are probably some other proactive things that we can start to do around strategic planning, possibly putting reserve funds in place for one day if this property is ever to come and sale again. So there's some things to do, but in the meantime, I believe I have a responsibility to do what I think is best. And so I won't be supporting the motion to deny. I think it's time. This has been in front of us for over 8 years. It's time to do what we can with the tools that we have. Thank you.
Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love to be able to come to an acceptable compromise if there were one, but we've all discussed protection of the aquifers is absolutely paramount. And my problem here is that if we deny this, then it's my understanding that the operation will continue exactly as it is right now, without any changes at all. But if we approve option one, then perhaps we can at least monitor what's going on there. And that's my main thing. On the one hand, if we do nothing, nothing will change, and we have no control. if we at least bring in covenants, or try and bring in covenants which can control and allow us to monitor what's going on, at least we stand a chance then of making sure that we are looking at what's going on there as opposed to not doing anything at all. And I do sincerely apologise to the people who are here and to the area director, but I can't at the moment support denial.
Next, go to Director Abbott.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo the latter three comments. I feel awkward, uncomfortable, not supporting the director of the area, not supporting the voices that we've heard today. But I would rather be at the table negotiating with the operators and the landowner to arrive at a better solution, because as we've been counseled, it can continue regardless of the denial. So I regret that I'm going to vote against this motion.
Director Markman.
Thank you. I think I really appreciate the concept that we all want to protect the aquifer, and yet we're coming from different directions, obviously on option 1 versus option 2. I would like you to focus on the idea that if you zone this, or you proceed to zoning this as light or as industrial with this permission, this is forever. The things that you're asking to be put in place, or what staff is suggesting be put in place, are mitigations. They aren't protections. These are things that why do they need the mitigations? They need these mitigations because this is an industry above an aquifer. If there's no aquifer underneath it, they wouldn't need the mitigations. And so therefore, asking to continue this on down the road for decades and centuries by giving them zoning doesn't give that long-term protection. It's going to go on for indefinitely, from what I understand of perpetuity. The idea of status quo, which I think is what I'm getting from other directors, is not something that is, in my mind, in play. This gets denied. There are ways and ways to move forward to say what is allowed on that property. We have never established what that is. And so that is, to me, is what is in the staff report, and I'll refer you to the summary that says option 2 would be to deny the application and investigate non-conforming uses, buildings, and structures on the property, on the subject property. This is about the next step. This isn't about a final decision. And so I would really suggest that this isn't about status quo, but this is moving forward and doing something that the CVRD should be doing, is saying what bylaws do we have in place and what are we going to do to protect water. I thought the board in 1986 was visionary to downzone this to this light industrial. They were visionary. And we're about, at least I feel we're about to reverse that. They had the forethought to say, this is our most precious piece of asset that we have in our community. And the audacity of us to even think we own it, which we don't, the province does. So let's put it properly. This isn't an Area H, this is the provinces, and they are responsible ultimately. If there's contamination, both the owner and the province have to deal with that. So I just go, this is not status quo, this decision to deny. This decision is about saying we are going to wait and be patient, and we're going to work to making this the best we can with what we've got for the future, where one day, as in the Local Government Act it says, non-conforming comes to an end, when the use comes to an end. That may not be decades, it might be a century, but we put in position for the boards of the future to be able to enact that. We take that power away from them, if we allow this to be zoned. Thank you.
Director Wilson?
That was extremely well said, and I'd like to call the question, please, Mr. Chair.
Look to my committee members. Any further discussion and debate? Seeing none, could you read the resolution, please?
Thank you, Chair. That it be recommended to the board that first and second reading of CVR...
No, it's option 2.
Sorry. That's all prepared from yesterday.
Option 2.
My apologies. Sorry. That it be recommended to the board that application number 03H16RS13271 Simpson Road be denied.
Everyone's clear on the resolution. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is defeated. It's a tie vote. There's 8 members. The motion is defeated. Turn to committee.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Staff recommendation is duly moved and seconded. I would turn to Director Segal, who had suggested that she wanted to amend the staff recommendation.
I'd like to move that we change 8B to read at least every 6 months instead of every 12 months.
Is there a seconder? It's been seconded. There's a tie. I'll go to Director Director Martman.
I'd like a 5-minute recess to prepare.
Just waiting for the live stream. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we had a duly moved and seconded and amended. Oh, have we called the motion on the amended? Not. So we've had it moved and seconded that the annual be changed to semi-annual. I'll call the Director Martman on the amendment.
Thank you, and I thank the other director for that amendment. I was just wondering if she also meant to include the other recommendations by VHA that are in place there that aren't in part of the recommendation. And maybe staff could speak to those ones that aren't included. Because I think that's what the director was referring to, was the recommendations coming out of the VHA referral.
Director Segal, were you just talking about frequency of testing, or was there something else intended in your amending resolution?
Yeah, I was just speaking about frequency. So if you want to add more.
So, do you want to amend an amended motion on the floor?
Maybe we'll vote on that and then I'll add some amendments.
Why don't we try that? So everyone is clear on the resolution, or the amendment on the floor, not the amended resolution? No, it's just 12 months to 6 months, or annual to semi-annual. Okay, everybody clear? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed, the amendment carries. Director Martman.
So there were a number of recommendations within the VHA that was, besides the monitoring, and there's also the CVRD Environmental Services Division had recommendations. Specifically, their recommendations were additional monitoring well with a right-of-way agreement, so that was not reliant on the owner to provide the data, public access to that data, dust monitoring equipment to be installed, which allows for public reporting of that data. And further to that, I also would be interested in staff's comments about the terminology of oil water separators. And are we being advised by experts on what that should be? And maybe those things should be considered for amendments.
So hold that thought for a moment. So I'm turning to staff because I thought we had a fairly wholly contained resolution here that I thought had included a number of the items that have been brought forward by Director Martman. Yeah, so can you comment on just, it's not an amendment yet, but the suggestion as to what he wants covered? I thought it was somewhat covered in this.
So in terms of the oil water separator, that would be in the stormwater management plan, anything related to that. I picked up the wrong piece of paper as I walked up here. However, the additional information that was requested through the recommendations of the 4 or 5 reports there, though there's a date to receive those by, I believe, as I said, I picked up the wrong piece of paper, is 120 days from the decision. And when we get those reports is when we would come and say, if those reports had any additional information, we'd come back and say, this is how we've amended either the covenant or the requirements, and this is what the applicant has agreed to, with taking that information into context of this application. So that's kind of why those timelines for the reports are on there as well, to make sure that we can make decisions within the next calendar year.
Thank you. Sure, follow up.
Thanks for that. So I get that. So specifically then to the Environmental Services Division, we asked for additional monitoring. I think they're talking about independent monitoring. Is that something that could be added at this point?
Through the chair, yes, it could be. I would appreciate if Mr. Keith Lawrence could also talk about that, because he and I have spoken about this at length. But if he could speak about the groundwater monitoring program in this context, that would also be great.
Mr. Lawrence, please come up.
So again, thank you. And so, as indicated previously, there is a priority action in the Drinking Water and Watershed Protection Program to develop a groundwater quality monitoring strategy. And so that would specify locations across the region for sampling groundwater quality, so that we're targeting all of the priority areas, aquifers at a frequency, and gathering the appropriate parameters, storing that information in a place that's accessible to everyone, and having analysis of that information. Of course, it will provide opportunities for information sharing with our partners, including development services, so that we're sharing information and able to also receive information into that system. And so the potential for having groundwater monitoring in that site is something that could be determined through the development of this groundwater quality monitoring strategy. So it's a process on its own that looks at all the aquifers across the region. So absolutely, there'll be an opportunity for partnership and input in terms of where do we sample as when that strategy is developed. And so, but more specifically, coming back to this site application, one of the recommendations in the staff report that is before you is about the development of an environmental management plan. And so the environmental management plan would include a number of specifics around what parameters would be tested, and Mrs. Wright can can clarify further as needed in terms of if I'm off base here, but it would specify the number of parameters that would be tested, the frequency, as well as locations. And so there's more details that can be fleshed out in there. And it comes back to that balance of how much detail is in the recommendation versus how much is stated at a higher level so that it can be determined with the input of the various key partners, including the province and Island Health, who do have the authority over water, as was previously noted. And so, so a bit more on the background there. And so there's more about the recommendations that that might support addressing those needs that are in the Island Health recommendations, for example, that were also brought up. And so I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah.
Director Wilson.
Yeah, question for Mr. Lawrence, if you wouldn't mind, Keith. I love data. It's great. Data gathering, bring it in, or kind of thing, but how do we use that data? Can you tell me, for instance, I know on the provincial websites, they've got a lot of tools where you can look at the data, you can draw charts, etc. I'm going to ask a question again. Is anyone looking at the data and analysing it and actually drawing charts or whatever trends monitoring?
So absolutely. I'll give you the example of the surface water quality monitoring strategy. We've gathered information on various streams across the region, including the tributary at Brenton Page Road. So we were sampling there 3 times a year now. Full suite of parameters. That information is on the EMS, the provincial EMS website for anyone to go and download. And then we're actually going to be working with the province on, and specifically Island Health, on approaches for analyzing that data. And so indeed, there's opportunities for people to look at the data, and specifically, we will be looking at the data. So
good stuff. Thank you very much, Keith.
I'd like to call my colleagues to point on that we have a resolution that has been amended that is on the floor, and we should be discussing and debating the resolution itself, and we have a really long agenda ahead of us. So I've got Director McClinton and Director Martman again. Director McClinton.
Thank you, Chair. Long meeting, but this is an important topic. I really like what my colleague Director Martman had said about the additional monitoring well in the right-of-way. I just want to get clear if his sort of requests is it covered off here? Can somebody say that to me in layman's terms? Is it covered off here, or do we need to move forward with a clear amendment by Director Martman?
Ms. Wright?
So you're asking for very specifics. That exact specific is not in the recommendation. However, as we've kind of discussed, it could appear in the environmental management plan that the CBRD has given. However, if I would, or if I may, there could be a recommendation to that CBRD well monitoring equipment be affixed to the current wells that exist. And if that's not possible, then a new well be drilled and in both cases, a statutory right-of-way be granted in order for the CBRD staff to access those monitoring wells. That could be explicitly added.
Director Martman.
Thank you. I mean, that's a variation, I think, of what I'm reading, because I'll just pull the document out. So what the Environmental Services Division from the CVRD has stated is that with regards to recommendation 1, and this is where I'd move amendment, that we further recommend that a additional monitoring well be established on site through a statutory right-of-way agreement. And once established, groundwater monitoring should take place at the new location in addition to the monitoring of the wells BH15-03 and BH15-01. Data from these 3 wells should be made accessible to the public. If I have a second.
It's been moved, seconded. Any further discussion on that amendment? I see none. Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. We have a twice amended resolution on the floor. I am going to ask Ms. Boyd to read it. kind of unfair of me to do it, but I think she has to do it. And
I
would you
asked Development
please?
Services for it.
Yeah, there you go. So Ms. Boyd, could you read the resolution as amended, please?
Thank you. That it be recommended to the board that first and second reading of CVRD bylaw number 4194, Electoral Area H, North Oyster, Diamond Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw 13271, Simpson Road, 2018, be rescinded. That CVRD bylaw number 4194, Electoral Area H, North Oyster, Diamond, revised as set out in the CVRD bylaw number 4194, attached as Attachment A to this report dated November 2023. That CVRD bylaw 4194, as revised this day, be referred to the board for consideration of first and second reading. Number 4, that second reading of CVRD bylaw number 4195, Electoral Area H, North Oyster, Diamond Zoning Amendment Bylaw 13271, Simpson Road, 2018, be rescinded. That CVRD bylaw 4195, Electoral Area H, North Oyster, Diamond Zoning Amendment Bylaw 13271, Simpson Road, 2018, be revised as set out in the CVRD bylaw number 4195, attached as an amendment, Attachment B to this report dated November 23rd, 2023. That CVRD bylaw number 4195, as revised this day, be referred to the board for consideration of second reading. That the applicants provide to the CVRD the following additional information at their expense for review by staff within 120 calendar days and by consideration by the board prior to the public hearing being scheduled for CVRD bylaw number 4194 and CVRD bylaw number 4195. A, that an updated environmental management plan prepared by an appropriate professional which shall include information on how the EMP addresses the protection of the Cassidy Aquifer and updated spill response procedures, specifically addressing the scenario of contamination of the groundwater. B, a stormwater management plan prepared by an appropriate professional, which includes a stormwater management plan designed to supplement works already constructed and to retain all precipitation on site. The plan shall specify the design standard 10-year occurrence interval recommended of the proposed system. The plan shall also include a maintenance and monitoring plan for this proposed system with a requirement for regular maintenance intervals and each maintenance event, typically a clearing of the oils from the oil water separators, to be reported at CVRD within 30 days. C, a condition and impact assessment prepared by a qualified environmental professional to assess and determine if any streams as defined by the Riparian Areas Protection Regulation or environmentally sensitive areas are on or adjacent to the subject property, and to determine any corresponding watercourse and or environmentally sensitive areas setbacks. D, a fire protection report prepared by an appropriate professional that addresses the impact of the development on the subject property on fire services, which shall include the installation of firefighting water tanks with a minimum total capacity of 66,000 gallons with a fire hydrant or other appropriate connection for fire protection, and a system designed for the flip page catchment to be able to handle fire suppression activities. 8, that a revised draft covenant in favor of the CVRD be agreed to in writing by the applicants and the landowners within 180 calendar days that addresses the following to be registered on the subject property if the CVRD adopts CVRD bylaw number 4194 and CVRD bylaw number 4195. A, the establishment of an area on the subject property at the entrance of the subject property for after-hours scrap metal drop-offs from the public. This area shall be fully enclosed and screened with a 1.8-meter high solid fence. B, the existing groundwater monitoring wells BH15-03 and BH15-01 be tested by the applicant at least every 6 months with annual reporting to the CVRD. The securing of the proposed works and measures in the plans and reports required to be provided by the applicant to the CVRD as set out above, including the installation and maintenance of any works and monitoring, testing, and reporting requirements as applicable in the reports. that all costs associated with the preparation and registration of the covenant be borne by the applicant and paid to the CVRD if the CVRD adopts CVRD bylaw number 4194 and CVRD bylaw number 4195. And, sorry, this one? Can I mark it? Thank you. Thank you, and recommend that an additional monitoring well be established on site through a statutory right-of-way agreement. Once established, groundwater monitoring shall take place at the new location in addition to monitoring at wells BH15-03 and BH15-01. Data from these 3 wells should be made accessible to the public. Thank you.
For the amendment that said 6 months, then at least every 6 months, then it was said with annual reporting to the CVRD. So just wanted to take out the word annual, because that doesn't make sense. Or semi-annual, thank you.
So speaking to the main motion as amended, and thank you for reading that out, because when you read it out, it just further convinces me we're going down the wrong path and why I would vote against this. I've put everything in it that I think is important, but it still doesn't meet my threshold. And so I have a question for Legislative Services on amendments, that if we defeat this motion, what happens to this application?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you referring to a tie vote and defeated?
If we've defeated option 1 and we've defeated option 2, what happens?
I believe it would be referred back to staff for further investigation. Thank you. Is that correct? Or that's the, what?
Ms. Pressman.
We've got one option or the other on this one, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. To the Director, if I could just point out that these recommendations regarding the covenant specifically, they can be changed later on when this comes back before the committee. Once we receive the professional reports, there may be additional recommendations regarding the proposed covenant. And so this decision, like if it's specifically about the conditions in the covenant, is not necessarily final. Thanks.
Director Martman?
Thanks. I guess I would like to have a ruling on what happens if, because my understanding of Robert's rules is that if both options are denied by the committee, that it ends here.
Nothing the committee does is final, my understanding. There will be a report to the board that, well, we're speculating here, but my understanding is that if we deny both, then it will go back to staff, and we will likely put this before either committee or the board with a full complement of directors. We can also, I should also say that at any time, a director can make a referral motion that the entire referral be referred back to staff for consideration by the committee. We have a resolution on the floor. Director Martman.
You know, procedures. I'm really getting caught, but I think I would like to, and just trying to really put this forward about this needs to go back to staff. I'm really uncomfortable moving this forward, and and this is near. I know you guys know it's near and dear. I know I've spoken from my heart. I'm trying to speak from my brain here and let the emotions go, because I really think this is a long-term chess game that we're making. 1986, they made a move. They moved a pawn. what year is it? 2023. We're moving a night. Like, this is going to go on for a long time. And I just want to get this right. But yeah, so if I have someone to second it, I would make a motion of referral.
Yeah, you can. Seconded by Director Nicholson. Am I about to get some advice from the CAO? So the ruling here will be, we have a motion to refer, and I think at this point, I think the director is anticipating that it be referred back to staff, but there needs to be direction to go back to staff. There's direction in the main motion that gives staff work to do on this file moving forward. The director could refer this to the next meeting, where there will be 9 directors present. Is that the intent of the director?
Chair, you're brilliant. Thank you. That is the intent of the director.
So it's seconded.
To the next meeting. I would like to make the referral to the next meeting. Thank you.
And we had a seconder, yes? So it's not a debatable motion except for propriety, and I think everybody agrees with the propriety, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's defeated. Tie vote, motion's defeated. The main motion is on the floor. Director Acton.
Wow, this is like crazy. Am I allowed to ask a question on this application?
Well, technically not, because
Still?
the motion is on the floor and we're considering it, but go ahead because everybody seems to be. Procedurally, we should be beyond
okay.
asking questions of staff.
It's clear that we all have the same goal in mind, and we're not coming at it the same way. And I do appreciate what Director Martman said about making it better in the future, and I feel that way often about Shawnigan Lake, where we're not actually moving towards making things better. So, and I think in the short term, rezoning this property is making it better for right now. But 100 years from now, Director Martman has a point. So I would like to understand, is it possible for zoning or just this use to only be allowed by this one company? Or can someone kind of make
I
that?
think staff have already stepped up to explain that.
No,
It
not
goes,
really.
yes, they've explained that change of ownership does not change the standing.
Is there a different way? That's with zoning, yes, like with what we have here. But is there another way to do it? then?
So I'm looking to staff. Your comments are sort of external to the motion that's on the floor. I don't know if there's, Ms. Wright, you're brave, get up there and answer.
So we zone for the site, not the user. Also, there is an option that Ms. Pressman and I and another director were casually speaking about earlier that really seems to be the only option, not, I don't mean for this, but in order to have any control if this company leaves the site and if this, or if the, no, not if this company leaves the site. If this site comes for sale, is to ask for first right of refusal and put that on title. That could ostensibly be done through this, but we have to remember though too that this company is not the owner of the site, and the owner of the site would also have to agree. And then we have to kind of go back in time. And the covenant thing that has been brought up over the past few years, that was delayed in part because the owner was trying to negotiate with, or the the applicant was trying to negotiate with the owner, and if there's no mechanism for us to make an owner, who's not the applicant, a party of this decision-making process.
So thank you for that. So I'm very wary of trying to come up with last-minute solutions to what is a very thoughtfully well-put-together staff report. This isn't the end. It's kind of the beginning, and I think we should get to vote on the resolution, and then that will give staff direction as to how to move forward. Director McClinton to close.
Thank you, Chair. You kind of touched on what I was going to say, that this gives staff direction. This will be coming back before us. This also there'll be information session, public hearing, and it'll have to go to the board. So there's many more steps where this will be addressed. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Everyone's clear on the resolution that's been amended that's before us that I will now call the vote on. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 3 opposed, the motion carries. That will go to a week from now, board. Thank you. Do we need a break? Everybody reconvene at 3:50. Well, we have quorum. R2, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Report from the Strategic Initiatives Division regarding agricultural policy and planning. We have a delegation online, Ione Smith from Upland Agriculture Consulting Ltd., presenting the report from the Regional Agricultural Meeting and recommendations for next steps for direction.
Welcome. Are you going to introduce?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to introduce Ione Smith from Upland Agricultural Consulting, and take it away, Ione.
Thanks very much, Alison. I have a presentation to share, so I'll just bring it up on my screen here. Thanks very much through the chair, and I'm happy to be here this afternoon. I see you have a packed agenda, so I promise not to take too much of your time. I'm here to provide you with a summary of the Regional Agriculture meeting that took place on September 26th and talk a little bit about recommended next steps. Just by way of introduction, my name is Ione Smith. I'm director at Upland Agricultural Consulting. I'm a professional agrologist with 20 years experience now in agricultural planning, policies, and regulations. Upland Agricultural Consulting has 5 staff based here in Seashelt on Shishla Nation territory where I live, and in Victoria and Vancouver offices as well. I'm also an instructor at Simon Fraser and chair of the Agricultural Land Commission's South Coast panel. The purposes of the Regional Agriculture meeting were twofold. The first was to discuss opportunities for local government to provide support for the farming community, and also to hear from some speakers. We had speakers there to talk about the Agricultural Land Commission rules and regulations and clear up any misconceptions or uncertainties. And we also had Ministry of Agriculture and Food staff on hand to talk about subdivision as well as extension services and other initiatives. And then I gave a presentation about best practices and examples from other local governments that I've been working with around tools that they've been using to support local agriculture. In terms of the meeting itself, it was planned and organized by a planning committee that included several directors, including Area E Director, Area H Director, North Cowichan councillors as well. And it was facilitated by myself and chaired by Director Martman. And then, as I mentioned, there was 3 presentations. We had Nicole Mack from the Agricultural Land Commission, Reed Bailey from the Ministry of Agriculture and Food, and myself. The meeting was held in an afternoon in order to best accommodate everyone's schedules, and it was well advertised through print as well as digital media. So it was advertised through the local newspapers, it was on the CVRD website, and through social media. Several directors were able to register some videos and post those videos as well, which were well viewed. We had over 90 farmers, members from the agricultural community in attendance, which is, in my experience, a very good level of attendance for a meeting such as this. And we also had staff and elected officials from the regional districts, electoral areas, and from the municipality of North Cowichan. There were 4 key themes that kept coming up again and again at the meeting. So in terms of what we heard, it was definitely obvious that there's a passionate agricultural community out there. They are not always feeling heard, or that they have opportunities to raise their voice, whether that's directly to elected officials or through staff, or just even amongst the community itself. There's a desire to have more opportunities for discussion and communication. Water insecurity was by far the most brought up topic in terms of concerns that people are dealing with by and large across the region, in terms of being able to ensure that they have enough water for irrigation, ensure that they have a good grasp of the regulations around what is and is not permitted with regards to alternative watering, and water holding capacity, and funding for different types of alternative watering as well. There's also, in light of the high costs of farmland, concerns around succession planning and the need for support for new farmers. And also, it was expressed that there's a feeling that there's a lot of regulations out there right now that farmers are having to contend with, and overall a desire for less regulations and more consistency amongst different levels of government when it comes to those regulations. So there are 3 key recommendations that I put forward and that are presented in the staff report. The first is, in order to respond to the need to feel heard and to have more opportunities for discussion, I got the sense that there was a real desire to have more opportunities to have these types of meetings, and to have different ministries invited to come and give presentations, because a lot of what the concerns were that were raised are not actually housed within the Ministry of Agriculture and Food or within the Agricultural Land Commission. Water licensing, for example, up until recently was under the purview of Ministry of Forests, and now it's with the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. So if there were to be a meeting about water, it would be really important to bring in different representatives from various ministries in order to cover off all the different types of questions that farmers have at the moment. But just generally, there's interest, I think, in having more of these discussions at the regional level to bring up different issues that are affecting farmers, both who farm within the regional district and also within the district of North Cowichan as well. Secondly, there was quite a lot of support for the notion of reinstating the Regional District's Agricultural Advisory Committee. My understanding is that that committee did used to exist, and in fact there is a terms of reference that could be updated, and the role of the committee would be based on what's in those terms of reference, obviously, but it could be everything from providing opportunities for input on applications that come to the regional district around the agricultural land reserve, or providing input on policy review and regulation review, such as the modernized OCP and zoning bylaw, for example. Lastly, there's a recognition that the 2009 agricultural plan, while there's lots of relevant information in it, and it was a strong plan at the time, that it's now fairly dated, and there's an opportunity to update it and make sure that it's still as relevant as possible and aligned with current regulations and policies at different levels as well, specifically around the agricultural land reserve. And there's also a recent initiative by the municipality of North Cowichan to update their agricultural plan. So there's a real opportunity for alignment, particularly around engagement, so that resources are used as efficiently as possible, and also so that the agricultural community doesn't suffer from engagement fatigue around some of these issues. There's quite a lot of support to bring that forward as well. So those are the 3 recommendations, and in summary, the event was really well advertised and very well attended. It was an opportunity for members of the agricultural community to convey their concerns, but also to start to identify some solutions. And the recommendations, the 3 recommendations put forward, will allow for several of the issues put forward by the community to be addressed. And of course, these will all require some continued support and capacity from the regional district itself in order to be successful. That's it, but I'm here to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ione. That was a good presentation, and the event was a good one too. I think a number of us were in attendance. Director Martman did a fine job, as did the presenters. And I would look to committee for any questions for either Ione or perhaps for Ms. Garnett in regards to next steps. Director Martman.
Thank you, and wow, R1, R2, feel like I'm batting. So hopefully I can swing and hit this one. So thank you, Ms. Garnett, for this and setting this up, because I think this has some momentum in my view. But I think the momentum will be lost if we don't do something next. And I see we have some options in front of us. I'm also very cognizant that we're walking into budget as early as tomorrow. And so, because there's a 4th option that's not listed there that I heard, and that was about having a designated CVRD agricultural coordinator. So maybe you can comment on the last one. I'm not prepared to make that motion for that, but I'm just interested do you see value as I do in option 1, 2, and 3? Thank you. And thanks to to Ione for all the work too.
If I may, actually, I have a few slides just to present my staff report. Would that be all right? Okay, I'll keep it
Please do.
Also brief. Okay, and then I just have to make sure I'm sharing so everyone at home can see. Do you see on the laptops?
No.
Okay, just a second. Okay. How's that? Coming along? Okay, great. So yeah, R2, agricultural policy and planning. So I just wanted to cover some of the elements of the staff report and provide some context. So Ione from Upland Consulting did provide another report that was presented to this committee in April, and that was the Agricultural Policy and Regulations Best Practices for the CVRD. And when the committee received that and following the board, the board resolved that those report recommendations be incorporated into the development of the modernized OCP and the modernized zoning bylaw, and that also that a public input period be opened up through Plan Your Couch and for a 90-day window, so for the public to provide comments on agricultural policy implementation. So part of the staff report is also a summary of that feedback that we heard. And then finally, that the third resolution that you see on the screen is that staff investigate the possibility of development of the regional agricultural plan in a regional agricultural committee. So the staff report provides a summary of the public input period between April 26th and July 17th. The regional agricultural meeting summary report, which essentially I just presented on, and then options for next steps. So the comments that were received came in through the Plan Your Couchin portal, and they address for the most part a lot of regulatory components. So in terms of the official community plan, we are confident that the OCP already addresses many of the sort of the comments that did come in. There was one additional policy that was added to establish an agricultural advisory committee, and this is going to be added to the ideas book and also to the modernized official community plan. There was a substantial submission from a group of farmers, many of whom are in this room. There was a lot of dedication and time put into that, and so their feedback was incorporated into the attachment A, which is the summary of public input. And again, that summary is focused on official community plan policy, and the content related to procedure, regulation has been passed on to the appropriate divisions who will address that at the CVRD. I'm not going to speak further on the regional agricultural meeting report because I only just did that, but it was a really well-attended meeting, and there's a really engaged community. And then in terms of options for next steps, these are basically the report, the recommendations that were just presented in the Uplands report. So to convene agricultural stakeholder meetings, option 2 to reinstate the CVRD's Agricultural Advisory Committee, and then the third to update the CVRD's agricultural plan, possibly in alignment with the municipality of North Cowichan. The fourth option of having a dedicated staff member, that's not something that we are at this time recommending. I think for a lot of these, I hear what you're saying about momentum, but the reality is work plan and budget constraints. And so one possibility is to come back to this committee with essentially these same recommendations next fall, more in advance of preparation of budget so that it can be incorporated into work plan. There's also the consideration of how this dovetails with consideration of regional planning, because I think agricultural planning has that strong regional lens, and there are some uncertainty with that at this time. So this report is provided for direction, but as I said, in terms of discussion, the staff report, those budget and workload constraints are realistic, and so we're looking at potential implementation in 2025. Thank you.
I was going to jump in there, but I'll go to Director Wilson and Segal, and I've got a suggestion. Director Wilson, go ahead.
Wow. First, I looked at option 1, 2, and 3. I could not vote for any of them in isolation, but if there was a possibility of a combination of, because they all have very good suggestions in there, I would be quite prepared to put forward a motion, call it number 4, option 4, which includes the best of those 3.
Thank you. Director Segal?
Yeah, my question was similar, if these 1, 2, and 3 are or could they be and?
Ellie? Or
yes, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to stop my screen share here so people can see. There we go. Yeah, so I think that they're not necessarily, they don't need to be considered in isolation. There's certainly overlap in my mind. Certainly, I think even the staff report discusses the fact that, whether or not the board directed staff to convene meetings with agricultural stakeholders, that an agricultural advisory committee could play a significant role in making sure those are relevant topics. Making sure that it's appropriate for the agricultural community, because the ability for the agricultural community to participate in all this is really key as well.
Mm-hmm. Quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I would be in support of a combination that makes sense with their overlaps, but also for us to consider for the 2025 budget season, that possibility of an ag coordinator position, even if it's contract, just so that the agricultural community has a consistent point person with the CVRD.
So I'm going to suggest that I like all of what I've heard so far, and I think putting this off to 2025 is going to lose that momentum that Director Bartman spoke of, and I'm just wondering what the potential of, and I'm not suggesting it to be a redo of this report, but a report with a potential rollout of 1, 2, 3, and obviously 4 would be in 2025. So I would suggest that if we were to have somebody move that the 3 suggested options plus the be presented in a report in Q1 of 2023 for consideration by the board, and we might be able to pick and choose some of those items that might be lower cost and accommodated within the existing 2024 budget. It gets the ball rolling, and it allows us to consider what we might think we may be able to do in next calendar year. So, Director Wilson?
I agree, and if you like, do actually have a new motion that I've written out.
Fire
here.
away.
Okay. New motion that options 1, 2, and 3 be combined into option 4, which incorporates A, the agriculture stakeholder meetings, B, reinstatement of the CVRD's AAC, and C, update the CVRD Ag Plan in conjunction with MNC in its initiative to update its agricultural plan. Does that, and I haven't put any dates in there. Does that encompass what we're talking about here?
So, yeah, and the staff person for 2025.
Yeah, okay.
So I see people writing furiously, and you've got this written down. So,
I can.
Ms. Garnett, do you understand the intent of what we're asking for? We're asking for, put all of this down in a format that's digestible that we could, if we wanted to, pick and choose for 2024 and consider for the staff person for 2025. Does that make sense? Is that sort of hitting the mark?
Yes, as I understand it, with the work plan and budget considerations to go along with the options?
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
Director Martman?
I don't think we have a motion on the floor yet.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, moved and seconded over here.
So, speaking to the motion, I think I'm going to need some help with staff on this because I like the motion. I am all in favor of it. The devil's in the details sometimes, well, every time actually. And I think, speaking from a farmer's perspective, if it doesn't have relevance and doesn't have meaning, it'll lose something. It'll lose everything, actually. And so I think that has to be the key, because I speak to my counterpart in the regional district of Nanaimo, and she chairs the agricultural committee, and she's going like, why aren't we getting things, well, how come you guys have it so good down there? Well, we don't even have a committee. And I said, maybe that's the reason why, because, people just do. And so I guess my question to you is, do you see it the same way, or I guess I don't want a committee just to have a committee. I want a committee that has something that has meaning to them and relevance to their practice.
Ms. Garnett?
Yes, I mean, I think I would certainly agree, and that you'd want the committee to have relevance. I would be interested actually in Ione Smith's thoughts on this as well, on how an AAC can remain really relevant and useful. Ione?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So the devil is in the details, as you noted, Director Martman, and those details tend to be written out in the terms of reference. So I've seen agricultural advisory committees have very little power and a very small role, and I've seen them have the opposite, where they've had quite a lot of influence and power to direct decision-making around agricultural issues within a local government context. Usually something in the middle is usually most appropriate, and it can be really useful to have the agricultural plan that's an updated one that would be able to be used as some form of work plan for the Agricultural Advisory Committee and an implementation strategy to go along with it that helps to sort of give them that roadmap of what their role will be in conjunction with staff in order to make sure that some of those key recommended actions within the agricultural plan are implemented in a timely and efficient fashion. And so in addition to providing input onto ALR applications, for example, there can be a really meaningful action-oriented role that agricultural advisory committees can take.
So if I may, I think that to put forward or to endorse the resolution and to have staff come back with us with a suggestion plan for weaving this into their work plan and the costs and the likes associated with it, possible updates to terms of reference, and the new plan, I think that's the intent of the resolution here. So, Director Nicholson, to close.
I would like what comes back also to reflect, having talked to North Cowichan, because I know they're probably about a year ahead of us on this, and I think to gain any efficiencies, we need to be able to work with them on the things that we need to work with on regionally. And on top of that, I'd like some clarification on the cost, because I know that there's an economic development component as well as a land use component, and there's work in both areas, and I need to understand how that's going to come together. And I believe our ag development people are already supporting their agriculture commission or are going to, so we should have some discussion and clarification on that.
Got it.
Great. Everybody knows what the resolution is? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed, the motion carries. R3. Oh, just for everyone's reference, we have a list of some potentials if we need to move stuff off to the 20th, R7, 10, 11, 13, and 14, but let's crack on and see where we get. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Report from the Development Services Division, application number SA 21B10, 2006 Renfrew Road, PID 003-924-637.
Welcome, Ms. Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Presented before you is a frontage exemption request for the subdivision application number SA 21B10 for 2006 Renfrew Road. The subject property is located at 2006 Renfrew Road. One single-family dwelling is located on the parcel. The parcel is forested to the west and fronts Shawnigan Lake to the east. And wetland and creek are also located on the western portion of the property. And for access, a shared driveway is used to access the current single-family dwelling on the property from Renfrew Road through an existing access easement on the southern adjacent parcel. The property owner is proposing a two-lot subdivision, as you can see on the slide. Both residents will be accessed using the current shared driveway in accordance with the easement, and no new driveway construction is proposed. Neither parcel of frontage meets the 10% minimum frontage requirement in the Local Government Act. For reasons noted in the staff report, staff consider the proposed subdivision to meet the intention of the OCP policies that allow for growth within the Shawnigan Village growth containment boundary while still ensuring protection of the significant environmental features on the property and safety of access with residential development. The proposal still does allow for safe access, protection of the creek, the watercourse, mature forest, while also allowing for adequate buildable area for another single-family dwelling. As such, staff recommend approval of the minimum frontage exemption request.
Director Acton.
Okay. Well, looking at this application, I'm inclined to recommend denial. There's nothing in our OCP that actually suggests that we should be developing more on Shawnigan Lake. And even recently, when we've had secondary suites come up, no matter the size of the property, it has to be 60 meters, I think it was, away from the high water mark. So that clearly states that we don't want development on Shawnigan Lake, and that actually, just that parameter negates many. And we haven't allowed any subdivision that's even divided by a road. So we have many lots on the west side that are, so this to me, looking at this one, and I would be also curious if it's in the floodplain area, and then with every subdivision, we have they would have the ability to build I'm assuming, actually it doesn't even, it's irrelevant, but I think I don't know that there's anything that our community has said, yeah, we should be developing lakefront properties more, and all the policies that have come since are trying to negate that. So I would move to deny, unless the staff have examples of, where the community has stated we do want to be developing more on Shawnigan Lake.
I do believe you had a seconder for a motion to deny, which is, oh, it wasn't a seconder. Okay, so tell you what, let's hold that. Well, so technically, we're questions for staff right now. Okay.
So whenever an application comes before us, I'd like to try and use the view of an opportunity. And so looking at this one, it's like, where is the opportunity here? Is there an opportunity to put towards sewer? Is this somehow making things better? Is there an opportunity to remove some poor development decisions that were made in the past? So I guess that's the lens that I use. So I don't know if staff has any ways that they can say that this is improving the property.
Ms. Boyle?
Through the chair to Director Acton. When staff consider an application, they look at the existing policy, context, and regulations that are in place. So the zoning bylaw does allow for minimum lot sizes on this parcel of 0.2 hectares, and both of these are larger than that. And the OCP policies generally support growth within the growth containment boundary, and the parcel falls within the growth containment boundary. In fact, there's quite a number of policies that support growth within the growth containment boundary. So, for example, a plan for compact communities that can accommodate growth, population growth, mostly within growth containment boundaries, which is section 2.1. Focus development to settlement nodes within the growth containment boundary, section 3.2. Support new development in growth containment boundaries consistent with servicing capacity, section 3.2. Increase the supply of affordable housing options by increasing infill development, section 3.2. The objective of the growth containment boundary is to accommodate 90% of population growth. It is the policy that It is the policy that the growth containment boundary, where identified, will accommodate all or most of the projected growth. So it's a pretty strong policy, the growth containment boundary. Obviously, we have to consider and balance other values, such as environmental protection. In this case, since there won't be any new single-family dwelling access to the lake, the existing single family is already on the westernmost portion of the parcel that's closest to the lake. Staff don't feel that the lake particularly will be impacted. And there is a creek and a mature forest, which staff recognizes environmentally significant features, but the property owner has demonstrated they can have a buildable area outside of those riparian areas, and will register a restrictive covenant to prohibit development within those areas. And I don't know, staff, in my professional opinion, I feel like it does a good job of balancing the goal of growth and trying to accommodate the, increasing population that wants to live in Shawnigan Village while also protecting environmental features. But I'm not the decision maker, so it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Boyle, and it's important to note that the question being asked here is a driveway frontage waiver, which kind of limits what we can do. Director Nicholson, followed by Wilson.
Thank you. My question is, why do we not require properties around the lake when they're subdividing to hook up to sewer?
Ms. Boyle.
Through the chair to Director Nicholson, I don't believe there's a sewer system in this area.
Isn't the Beach Estates has one, I believe, across the road?
Okay. I can look at that.
But currently, policies don't require it.
Nope.
Right. Director Wilson.
Yeah, it's kind of been touched on already, but I think one of the things that mentioned here is under departmental considerations, where it says that it will be connected to Shawnigan Lake North Water System, but subdivision approval cannot be finalised until the water connection is completed. That's part of this approval here, Chloe. So is it possible that we could maybe say, and I don't know how easy it would be to connect this into their sewer system that Director Nicholson has mentioned. I don't know distances, but could that be part of the application, or is it at too late a stage at this?
So I'm going to jump in. So this is an application for a waiver of the road frontage, and we should be narrowing our focus to that. Director McClinton. Yeah, that's it. Right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious, you mentioned the frontage. I have two questions. So how much below the allowable is it right now? And then I guess it's divided by two. And my other question would be, how far back from the lake is the house that's proposed to be built? How many meters?
It's in there somewhere.
Through the chair to Director McClinton. Okay, so there's one parcel that has a little bit more frontage, and it's 9.2% of the perimeter. And then Lot B has an access via Panhandle, which has a frontage of about 6 meters on the site plan, which is about 1%. But both of these properties will be accessed with an existing driveway, which is actually an easement over the southern adjacent property that there's actually several properties that use.
Follow up?
Yeah, and just the second question, you know how far back from the lake?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It was in the map. Yeah.
The parcel line is 112 meters back from the lake, so the house would be farther than that. It'd be more than 105 meters with the rear setbacks.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Director Acton, what do you want to do?
Wouldn't the applicants be able to build auxiliary buildings as well as like a garage with a suite or a carriage house or
Through
also more than just
the chair to Director Acton, the applicant has voluntarily registered a covenant that would really limit the buildable area to the one single family home. So potentially in the future, maybe a suite. The other restriction is the easement. If you go into a little bit more detail, it really only allows access to 2 single family dwellings. So they would need to redraft that easement agreement with the adjacent neighbors. So right now, it would really be just one single family dwelling on one parcel.
That covenant is what, I thought it was more towards the setbacks of the environmental areas.
Through the chair to Director Acton, yeah, so the covenant would be for protection of the mature forest and the watercourse, but that means that the actual buildable area would be limited, and their intention is to build one single family home using that entire buildable area. So, I mean, if they could fit an accessory building in a single family dwelling in that area, then they could, but then there would be a very small single family dwelling.
I'd like to refer this to the APC.
A road frontage. Referral to the APC.
Why not? Well, it's something that we deny sometimes, and we can.
You can do whatever you like.
Well, for me, it's. Okay, I'll move option 2 then.
Okay.
Because of your.
Is there a seconder? Deny. Did you second that? So, must be getting late. I didn't offer the applicant an opportunity to, is the applicant in the room or online? Okay, so we have a motion. Phil?
Yeah, Phil is there.
What's his name?
Williamson?
Phil Williamson, are you online? Can you hear me? This is the chair, Ian Morrison, speaking. I don't see page 2, so. The blocked out one. Oh, there. Phil, I see on screen here you're blurry, and that's just not my eyes. I think you got it on a blurry setting. Would you like to have an opportunity to make any comment to committee?
Yes, I didn't real.
There he is.
Hi. Hello, Chairman and committee members. Yes. I don't know where to start. I think Chloe's done quite a thorough presentation. I would answer any of your questions. I think that to answer Sarah Acton's comment, the proposed lot is not a water, proposed new lot is not a waterfront lot. And the house is in fact, you know, more than 100 meters back from the lake. So we're not subdividing waterfront, we're subdividing a lot off the back of a waterfront lot. So I'd like to be clear on that. The benefits to the community, if I may ask, the state, we have to provide a water line. Water line has to come from Decker Road, and a proposed water line will share with a neighbor. And that would put a 6-inch line going north towards the village. And that could, in long term, be connected with the village water system. Because a few months ago, the word on the street was that CVRD was looking at purchasing the village's water system and connecting it to Beach Estates. So the 6-inch water line going about, I'm using approximate 400 to 500 meters would be a big part of infrastructure for the area.
Look to committee members, any questions for the applicant? Director Martman? Oh, not for the applicant. Any questions for the applicant from committee members? Seeing none.
I would like to
You can
refer
refer
this
this to the APC. Seconded. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item, R4.
Thank you, Chair. Report from the Development Services Division regarding application number RZ21A02, Holker Place, PID 002-062-364.
Mr. Buchan, welcome.
Thank you. This combined rezoning and official community plan amendment application was last considered by this committee on September 6th of this year. The board later authorized the application to proceed to external agencies on September 13th. Referral responses have now been received. The application proposes to amend the following bylaws to facilitate a light industrial development and subdivision: the official community plan, the South Cowichan zoning bylaw, and the development permit exemptions and guidelines bylaw. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to create up to 4 bare land strata lots with zoning that allows a variety of light industrial uses. These could include building supply and sales storage, contractor's workshop, light manufacturing of boats, modular homes, utility trailers, secondary manufacturing of furniture, warehousing, mini storage, and the rest is also in the staff report. And the next slide, please. Now that external agency feedback has been received, the CVRD may consider next steps. If this committee wishes to advance the application, it may recommend to the board that staff be directed to prepare the appropriate amendment bylaws. However, based on external agency feedback, staff are recommending the submission of additional information prior to second reading and prior to a public hearing. Should the board direct staff to prepare the amendment bylaws, staff would return with the draft bylaws for consideration of first reading so that the proposed bylaw can be tabled and introduced. Staff would then recommend that second reading be held once the additional information is received so that the board can discuss the content of the bylaw with the appropriate supporting information. Next slide, please. Staff are recommending that the draft bylaws be prepared for consideration of first reading and that the following information be provided prior to second: a geotechnical assessment by a qualified geotechnical professional to identify safe building sites on each strata lot, as well as a common property asset access route, proof of sewer, water, drainage servicing capability, testing of fill to establish a baseline for the property regarding possible levels of contamination, an environmental impact assessment report from a qualified environmental professional. On receipt of this additional information, staff may recommend further refinements or changes to the proposed bylaws at second reading. I'm here for questions. I believe the agent was online, but that was at the start of the meeting.
Look, I was going to look to committee members for questions, but Director Segal put her hand up so fast. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Becken, for the great report. I have a question about the buffer, since this is along the scenic highway, Malahat. It's 3 meters in the report, but I know there's, was talk of a vegetation bylaw, which is now going to be integrated into the new zoning bylaw. I don't know what that number will be, but I know in some drafts it's ranged from like 25 meters. So I'm wondering, I guess, if there's an option for more than just 3 meters.
Mr. Bucket.
And through the chair, that's certainly something that can be added to the bylaw. Also in the recommendations is expanding the development permit exemptions and guidelines, which could potentially deal with what that buffer might look like.
Director Nicholson.
Thank you. So just on the process point of view, so this would come back to us with, and then when would the public information meeting happen?
So public information meeting, through the chair, typically happens after second reading.
After second reading. So it comes back to us first to look at the bylaws? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Director Martman.
So I've added a new word to my
perpetuity.
Yeah, for that one. This one is called compelling, and I'm looking for the compelling reason why you would, why the recommendation to amend an OCP, because that's what you're talking about here, correct?
Yes, through the chair, the present land use designation is not industrial, so the proposal is to allow for an industrial development and change that designation to industrial.
And the key word was compelling reason in your mind, from a planner's perspective?
In terms of the, suppose there's some opportunities with enabling a development, you can help improve buffers from that area. With that being said, the agent should be the one to speak to their compelling reasons. We're looking at some options to help potentially enhance the site, but those could also be denied at this point, and then it doesn't move any further.
Any further questions for staff? Would the agent like to provide some comment to committee today?
Yes, am I audible for everyone?
Go for it, Will.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to take a brief minute and thank you for the consideration of this report. The topic of compelling obviously came up, and that's fair enough. The way that we looked at this site, and I represent the owner, by the way, it's not very well suited for residential site, and it has remained undeveloped to date. It had an illegal residence on there, a mobile home, that was kind of a bane to the neighborhood. It wasn't used very well, so we've gone ahead to remove that. The proximity to the gun range, the highway, is in large part of why I believe the site has remained undeveloped as a residential site. When I look at the OCP, when it talks about a rural residential and what its intention is to provide a buffer to more intense residential areas. This will likely never happen in the proximity of where it is. So that intended use of that zoning is not really as applicable in this setting, in that location. Being close to the highway near where there's already planned improvements for access at South Shawnigan Turnoff, this property lends itself quite well to more job opportunities and employment opportunities within the region. And that's what my client is eager to pursue. The site has been used as a de facto industrial site by the previous owner. I think some of you may be familiar who that was. It's not important, but it's currently not being used in any such manner. We're looking at to move through the regular legal process to get it rezoned. That is obviously the preference. I'm here to answer any specific questions, but we believe we've followed the OCP of the day to the letter within this context of this application.
Director Segal.
I guess, sorry, does anyone, I'm ready to speak, but if anyone has questions.
Well, I thought you might have a further question for the applicant. Oh, okay. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, Will, thank you very much. We're going to look to contemplate a resolution now.
Thank you.
Director Segal.
Thank you. This is a long meeting. Yeah, so I have significant concerns with this one. You know, the OCP that is adopted designates the area as rural residential. That reflects the expertise of staff and previous boards, and I agree. And saying that the land is not ideal for residential development is not a compelling reason to change, and it is offensive to the residents that do live right next door to this property. I appreciate Mike Tippett's wording there. I use that in there from the internal referrals. It's a scenic highway designated by the Lieutenant Governor. And referencing that it's great to have this close to the South Shawnigan Lake turnoff at this point doesn't really make sense because you can't turn left off there. You can, it's pretty dangerous. Onto the highway going northbound, really, you either are coming north to turn right into this property, or you have to go all the way up to Mill Bay to get a U-turn to come south again, or if you're coming south, you have to go all the way down to the Malhat Chalet to be able to come back north to this property. And then what also hasn't been mentioned is the history of this property has had CVRD bylaw infractions as well as provincial violations. So and that's what's led to the recommendations of the additional information that Mr. Buchan recommended. So what I am more comfortable with is moving forward with option 2, which seeks that information first before we move forward. So I'd like to move option 2 in the staff report. And I would like to add a consideration for a wider vegetation buffer.
Okay, let's get down to option 2 here. Option 2. Okay, and just procedurally for, going to call you new again. Normally, we put a resolution forward, have it seconded, and then give the, yeah. But it's, like you say, it's been a long day. So, did we have a seconder? We did. Could you read the resolution, please? Option 2.
I can take this one for you, Jesse. That it be recommended to the board that the preliminary staff report for application number RZ21A02 Holker Place, PID 002-062-364 be referred back to staff for the following information, requested information to be provided by the board. Prior to further consideration, this could include a geotechnical assessment by a qualified geotechnical engineer that identifies a safe buildable area for each proposed strata lot, as well as the common property access route. Proof of sewer, water, and drainage servicing capacity on the subject property for the proposed light industrial uses, including water licensing authorization for the use of surface and/or groundwater. And 3, testing of, sorry, there's a 4th and 5th. Testing of fill to establish a baseline for the property regarding possible level of contamination. 4, an environmental inventory impact assessment report from a qualified professional relating to the impact of the development on the natural environment and compliance with the provincial riparian areas protection regulation, and added wider vegetation buffer. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Been duly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, Will. Where does that bring us to? R5.
R5, report from the Development Services Division regarding application number RZ23E01 Appaloosa Way, PID 009845119, PID 009849637, and PID 009849581.
Mr. Buchan.
Thank you. This is a rezoning application request to modify the density bonusing provisions of the R5 Comprehensive Development Residential Zone. The agents are proposing to develop 17 fee simple lots. Next slide, please. Some useful background to provide context. In 2007, the CVRD board amended the zoning bylaw to create the R5 zone. This zone allows for a maximum of 50 lots within the R5 zone, subject to conditions. Most notably is an obligation by the developer to transfer a fraction of new lots created to the CVRD so that they may be used for park or fire protection purposes. In 2007, the previous owner provided a letter to the CVRD advising an intent to provide a gift of land without charge to the CVRD. However, the owner desired for that gift to be separate from the rezoning commitments and registered a covenant with the Land Conservancy of BC to ensure that those lands would remain free from development. Next slide, please. The CVRD is not a signatory to that covenant, and there's no trigger in that covenant to gift those lands. At present, 27 lots have been developed, meaning that the subject properties could be further developed into a total of 23 lots, subject to density bonusing provisions. If the maximum 50 lots were enabled, the CVRD would receive 7 lots, 2 of which have already been received. There is a slight misalignment with the zoning boundaries and the covenant boundaries, and this is shown on the screen before you here. There's a few areas that are zone P2 that are not in the covenant, and there's a few areas zoned R5 that are within the covenant area. Next slide, please. And the image here shows what a previous concept for this development was going to look like and where some of those misalignments are. And next slide, please. Another constraints on the lands is section 12.12 of our bylaw, which notes that watercourses, wetlands, and their associated streamside protection and enhancement areas cannot be considered when determining whether or not a lot meets its minimum parcel size. To put that simply, if you have a 1 hectare property and half of it's covered by streams, it's a half hectare for purposes of subdivision. In 2011, a repair and assessment report documented a number of isolated wetlands on the property that were not applicable to the provincial riparian areas regulation and therefore did not have streamside protection and enhancement areas. At that time, a qualified environmental professional did document amphibian breeding habitat and noted presence of juvenile western toads on the site. And next slide, please. A more recent 2023 assessment undertaken by the current owner has their environmental professional documenting overland flow and connectivity between some of these previously isolated wetlands, which now makes them subject to the provincial riparian areas regulation. That means that section 1212 of the bylaw is applicable to a larger portion of the property than previously anticipated. And next slide. As mentioned, the CVRD has received 2 of the 7 lots required under the current density bonusing provisions. The current applicant is proposing to build out 17 of the possible 23 remaining lots within the R5 zone. If the application for 17 lots were to proceed under current density bonusing provisions, 3 additional lots would be provided to the CVRD for a combined total of 5 lots. This leaves 4 to be split between the Area E and Area F parks, and 1 for the fire department. However, the current application proposes to eliminate the future transfer of any of those lots. In lieu, they are proposing to provide the covenanted lands in the P2 zoned areas. This conceptual plan before you here shows a possible subdivision layout given all of the constraints on the site. And if we can advance to the next slide. As you can see, some of these lots, 17 in particular, are relatively easy to build. Other lots are constrained by creeks and other environmental resources. And the next slide. This application was referred to internal divisions, and preliminary comments have been received from the Parks and Trails, Emergency Management, and Community Planning divisions. These are documented in Attachment D of the staff report. The Parks and Trails Division has noted that the covenanted lands are referenced in the Electoral Area E Community Parks and Trails Master Plan. A referral to the Electoral Area E Parks Advisory Commission may be worth consideration. There are currently no Parks Advisory Commission for Electoral Area F. Next slide. At this preliminary stage of the application process, the board is being asked to consider requiring additional information and a subsequent referral to external agencies for input. If this option is moved, the applicant will be asked to provide additional information before advancing to external agencies. These include refinements of the subdivision plan, further investigation by an environmental professional, details on the proposed parkland dedication areas, and more. Next page. The implications of this additional information, as well as the implications of external agency feedback, would be addressed through a subsequent report to this committee prior to consideration of bylaw readings. And next slide, please. Other options are available to the board. This could include a modification of the list of additional information. For example, revised subdivision design concepts that look at clustering residences, current value of the 3 lots that were proposed to be transferred to the CVRD under previous density bonusing provisions, or denial of the application. The applicant is here if there's questions, and I will do my best as well.
Thank you, Mr. Buchan. So, as laid out previously, questions for staff, questions for the applicant, and then we can contemplate what we want to do with this. So, any questions for Mr. Buchan? Director Martman.
I was looking through, and maybe I completely missed it. Water is all on wells, and are those proved, or like, help me understand the water situation?
Mr. Buchan.
Through the chair, the water would be served by private wells.
And the opportunity to have well water, like, has it been established, or are these to be established yet to be determined?
Mr. Buchan.
Through the chair, I would need to bring back more information on that specific requirement.
Go for it.
I mean, these just sort of flow out. Is this in the Cook-Sala watershed? No. Cowichan watershed.
I believe it is the Cowichan watershed, but I can also confirm that with the subsequent report.
I think, yeah, she's doing it next to me.
Any other questions for staff? Director Nicholson.
Actually, I have a question for you, probably, because I don't know if anyone else has been here this long as you have.
Okay.
Why, on this particular subdivision, which is in Area E, is it split with Area F, the amenity contribution?
Oh, this might be opinion more than fact, but so I can recall at the initial creation of this, I guess I should be careful what I say. There was a heck of a lot more amenities and development going to happen in the Area F side, but at some point prior to the rezoning, it was redrawn so that there was not going to be much in the way of any sort of residential development in the Area F part. It was greatly reduced, so it put it created less expectation as to lots being turned over and the like. So that's my understanding. Of course, now it's the last phase of a project that I guess some amenities are owed from previous sections. So does that explain it?
Yeah, thank you. So I just would like to clarify some things for people. So this area is in Salem. It's close to Wake Lake, where the toads are, and it's sort of up on the bench lands before you drop down to the River Bottom Road and the Cowichan River. And I would say that the amenity contributions, from my perspective, would be very important to provide funding to build this trail that somehow has come to be. envisaged for the area, which is a trail that I think the previous director initiated, which they called the Satlam Greenway, which was to extend from Sandy Pool Regional Park through this area and then up and across to Highway 18. So, yeah, that's just the background.
And I might venture into that a little bit too, but any further questions for staff? Okay, none. Applicant, are you here? Please come up to the lectern. Anything further to add in regards to the application and perhaps answer some questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, you guys. I can see it's been a long day, and I appreciate you all being here, listening to some more. I'm Guy Bouchard. I'm the owner of the company that owns the property. We always intended to purchase with development. I just wanted to give a brief little history, if I may, on our experience with it, because it is a very challenging situation. The story goes, we had this under contract, and the owners, the previous owners just quite frankly concealed as much information as they possibly could. It was our understanding. We were given a 23 lot layout, which was presented on the screen, which represented the last phase of this development. And it was presented in a way that we interpreted the information of this lot give back and the density bonusing to be an impact after 21 lot subdivision, which of course is the case, but we didn't realize that 21 lots had already been taken up and swallowed up by their first phases, and that they had pushed all of the covenanted area and density bonusing onto this last phase. If you combine that with the fact that we were kind of sideblinded by the 1212 clause that further eliminated the riparian area from any density calculation, 23 lots just isn't possible. We spent a year during due diligence to try and come up with a rezoning concept, the lot consolidation, the clustering, albeit at the beginning we were very tone deaf, and it was quite a substantial rezoning for smaller lots. But the reason we did that is because we were contemplating water systems, common water systems, and common sewer systems so that you could cluster. But in order to do that, the cost of the infrastructure is such that you need density to justify it. Also, the requirements for water systems to be transferred to the CBRD require a minimum of 50 lots being fed by the water system. So that's what we were kind of targeting, clustering and kind of working with it. Our response to that was, we tried to get some pre-application meetings, but the response was denied, more so because we needed more information, but also because we were being pointed at all of these challenges, which we investigated very thoroughly. And so after careful consideration, we decided not to go down that path. Water licensing, as we all know, is a whole nother challenge on its own. We just wanted to stick with the 23 lots. So then we finally got the pre-application meeting post-closing, at which point we were made clear that the 1212 did apply, and that we were now not talking about 23, we were talking about a maximum of 17. I also just want to make it very, very clear that proposed 17 lot subdivision is not what we are proposing. It is just to illustrate what the absolute maximum amount of lots that property could potentially yield by meeting all of the requirements of 1212, all the DP requirements, all the zoning requirements, and everything. Like we have met everything to a T, and it's to express that multiple of those lots have riparian challenges. They do. They will require variances if we did 17. There's a lot of creek crossing, there's a lot of challenges. It will not be 17 lots. I can almost guarantee you that plan will not be 17 lots. But what we did was we spent this entire year, so now we're 2 years into an exploration of trying to find something that makes sense. And what it's come down to is that we've got covenanted land, we've got riparian land, and then we've got protected land, all of which consume approximately 80% of the land. So there's really only 20% usable left for development. So the land has given everything it can give, and the development is just not feasible with any give back. And we're actually challenged to even find a path to making it feasible in any way, shape, or form. Hence the reason we have one of the lots up for sale currently. And that's just because they're 3 individual titles. And if we can't find a way forward on this development, which we're 2 years into already, without any of this even going to any substantial process or progress, pardon me, there isn't a path really, other than maybe just to try and sell the lots as is, and they become estate lots and they stay and they just remain the way that they are. I think that would be unfortunate, because I do get the nature of this agreement, and I'm a resident of Area E. This property is 5 minutes away from my home. We very much respect the environmental protection. We respect what the community is going after. We respect the rural livingness of this area, the P2 land, the trailway, the Satlam Trailway that is planned to go through the P2 land here to connect to Sandy Pools. We know that that's an extremely important part of the community, the interconnectivity to try and create more park space. We're just trying to find a fine balance between how do we provide all of that and meet the requirements to the best of our ability, and also have a viable path towards a subdivision, which this is a beautiful area, and it would be a shame to not open that up. Even if it was 10 lots or 12 lots, it would be a shame not to have those available to the public, surrounded by nature, and to also see that land be given back to the CVRD. So I just want to thank the staff as well, because they have spent just as much time, and Richard specifically has been extremely helpful in helping us navigate this and to try and come up with a plan. I very much appreciate all the time and energy that's been put into this and what is yet to come. So back to the proposal, or the proposed lot layout, I totally, everything that's being recommended by the staff report for the information to speak more to the development, that's all very well clear. Like, that's perfectly clear to us. We know that that's required to meet for development permit application criteria for a subdivision. We're not there yet. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars that we have to spend with consultants meeting all the DP area requirements and the surveyors and the riparian assessment and all of that just to get a site plan put together. But it could be 17, it could be 15, it could change. We could get more recommendations, site conditions, and geotechnically. I don't even know if the roads are possible in some of the areas. We know that they're going to be challenging. It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of money to figure that out. But at the end of it, we can't do that knowing that we're going to be giving 25% of that back as well, on top of all of the other land and all of the other covenants that have been given. And so I'm a little... We're at a little bit of a, crossroads, if you will, of trying to figure out how to best move forward. We're not willing to spend any more time and energy and put any more money or time at risk of putting a plan together when we don't know if the rezoning or the bylaw amendment would be approved, which is critical to our path moving forward. However, if we do know that there is support for amending the bylaws to remove the density bonusing requirements, then we know that we can find a path that will meet all the criteria, or most of it, and if there's variances, we'll put that in a DP application. But there's a very viable path to a development here. It's not going to be 17 lots, I can assure you, and it definitely won't work if we have to give any more land or cost back to the CVRD. What I'm proposing is a trade. You guys are in a situation where you guys want the parkland. The community wants the parkland. That was the original intent. The amenity space, there's covenanted area that's specific, that's not actually wetland. The covenant, I'm sorry, I don't have the map, but the map area that showed those different covenanted areas, the top left one is a covenanted area that's not in P2 land. That's buildable area. But I believe the intention of that area was to be a park amenity space for the overall community that it could be built at. I don't want to challenge any of that stuff. I just want a simple path moving forward, and what we're proposing is that, thank you very much, that top left circle there where it's red, that's not riparian, or most of it is not riparian. It's not parkland. But it was registered as a covenant, I believe, for the intention of putting an amenity there. That should be a park area. That would be where you could have a community park area. All of this is private land right now, so it would just be 3 individual lots, albeit you can't build on that area, but somebody would have a really nice estate lot and they would have a whole bunch of protected parkland. And that would not be shared with the community. It could be fenced off and it could be blocked and it could remain there forever. Until somebody else down the road decides to take the risk or go and subdivide the land at a later date. I don't want to see that happen. I believe the intent is for you guys not to see that happen either. It's challenging to try and get to a place that works, but I believe the best path forward would be we totally will present the DP requirements when it comes time for us to submit an application, which has to go to MOTI first. We have to get a site plan approval from them before it even comes to you guys for a DP approval. We're not going to give them a site plan until we've gone through the exercise of proving the viability out. I think there's just a simple trade on the table here where if we got the zoning amendment approved to eliminate the density bonusing give back, we would agree to consolidate the parkland and do that as a trade-off so that you guys are getting the parkland, CVRD gets the parkland where it's fully intended to be. We get the density give back removed from the property specific to ours, which gives us the freedom and flexibility to go and design a site that does work. And then it's not contingent on anything other than us meeting the requirements, which are all well laid out. Like I said, we're not asking even for variances at this particular moment on any of the site restrictions or environmental covenants. We've explored so many different site plans. I won't even, I can't express to you enough. Clustering, rezoning, water systems, septic systems, the licensing, putting stuff over here, restrict this and go there. It all came down to the give back. And it just doesn't make sense to go clustering or get into the water licensing. If you start shrinking these lots more, then you have an issue with drilling wells. And as soon as you start talking about water licensing, we're not going there. We're not taking this one down the path for what could potentially be only 30 or 40 lots or something like that. So that's our ask. Our ask is to try and have a conversation that goes down that path. And I'm open to questions and would love to talk to you guys about it and hear your thoughts.
So I turn to committee. I've got a few things to say. Don't really have anything in the way of questions, so I'd entertain questions for the applicant now. And Director Nicholson.
So I'm just to clarify, Mr. Bouchard.
Yes.
And I really appreciate the predicament you're in. And staff are not recommending what you're looking for in this report. They're wanting the information up front, and then for us to make a decision after that. And can I turn to staff and make sure that that's correct? Yes. Right.
With an option to alter or amend some of those requirements or maybe postpone them to a later date, which could come after a certain reading to give us a little bit more certainty that we're headed down the right path.
Right. So, okay. I have no more questions.
Okay. Question for the applicant. Director Acton.
So I can really appreciate where you're coming from. We have some similar situations in Area B. Seem to happen all at that time. It's unfortunate to be not having even just a small water system, like to do so many lots with just the water, each one having a well. Is the only reason why you mentioned that the CVRD won't take it because you won't have enough, is that the only reason why, or is it just financially not viable? Because we see small water systems.
So there's a couple things to that. Number one, the water licensing, as we understand it, is
2 years.
Yeah, the time frame and then the risk of approval and timelines is a very big concern. I mean, viability of a development is not just the development itself, it's timing and it's the cost to carry the project. We're 2 years into this already, so just the thought of having to go through years more, maybe, it is definitely a concern. Now, to the point of if it was something that we could approve today, like if I knew we were going to get the water license today, the other challenge is that there is a ravine in the middle of the property. So there's actually, although we're talking about two separate lots, would you mind pulling that map back up again, please? Oh, I'm sorry. So I thought you did. So could somebody pull that map up again? Thanks, Michelle. Sorry, you were pointing at it. There's actually, and I apologize, but this you can barely see it, but there is a is a ravine. And it actually separates this property into two distinct pieces. And so any water or septic system technically would be times two. And then you would be, you know, so you're some over here and some over here. And yes, financial viability is a big one. You kind of need a certain amount of lots to make it possible or justifiable to put that kind of a system in. And I'm not opposed to it, but it absolutely, one of the comments we got back when we were talking about this at the very beginning was that lot sizes were a big indicator. Like the overarching OCP plan, the land use policies, they don't support smaller than what is even available. The current zoning is actually even under the land use policy of 1 hectare minimums. And if you start clustering the density that's required for a water system specifically, you know, you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 30 homes to be fed off of that water system. So you're talking 30 and 30, 60 lots. You're down to, you know, 0.5 acre lots. Now, granted, I feel that there's a lot of justification for that because you could fully protect all the wetlands and riparian areas, but the risk of the water licensing is a big thing, and it does come down to minimum lot sizes.
Follow up.
Just a quick follow-up, and this is for staff. Wondering, like, I think we do, you know, we've heard this before from developers, like just being able to work together better and not be going down, you know, spending money, and then not getting approval. So could staff, would you suggest maybe taking this report back and looking at some of the items that you could like cross off the list of not requiring at this time, or would that be a good solution?
I think those would be decisions of the boards to decide if there's items that they don't feel are needed at this time that can be dealt with later. And then staff could speak to the implications of that as we come back for bylaw readings.
Okay, I'll look to the director of the area.
So I'd just like to remind folks that I'd really like us to remember that when we're posing questions for staff, we pose our questions for staff, and that when we have the applicant up there, that we ask questions of the applicant. And so at this point, are there any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Bouchard. Before we turn to Director Nicholson, yeah, I remember when this was rezoned, I felt a great deal of loss because the activity that would have gone on in electoral area would have, you know, yielded perhaps a little bit more cash and a little bit more park and the likes, and so it changed. And now we're at the final phase of the development, and feel for the applicant not having the potential that they apply, or that they thought they had when they made the purchase of this. But again, we have to consider the fact that this is about the land, not the applicants. I think the applicants have done a very good job of demonstrating the amount of effort that has gone into this with still a fairly high degree of uncertainty as to what the outcome would be and the viability of the project. But where I came to on this is that there is the potential for a pretty amazing amenity for the community, not just around there, but for, you know, pretty far and wide, for this to become a natural asset that can be enjoyed by, you know, the community at large. And I get the ask. The ask is give up transfer lots to Area E and Area F, as far as that would assist in the ability for them to make a decent development while adhering to all the rules. And the rules in this case are really important because of the proximity to Wake Lake, the Toad. And I sit here and look at, I always bring up the either or clause. Like, if we're not going to do this, what are we going to end up with? And we might end up with some big estate lots with great big fancy homes on them, gated, and maybe that's a good idea. But, you know, what we have presented before us makes a fair bit of sense and is asking the community to take less than what was initially proposed. So that's a big question. But one of the things that's been an overarching theme for me that's really impacted me is, are we as a local government doing everything in our power to make more doors available, to make lots available, to make houses available? Are we doing the best we can to do our part in the housing crisis? And I think that this could be a bit of a win-win in that we get more housing built. It may not be the type that would be considered affordable or attainable, but more volume is going to help the housing crisis. So I sit back and look at this, and I view this as it'll be a bit of a loss on the one hand to the parks budgets of both electoral areas. The fire department's needs look like they appear to be met. So as an elected official looking at this application from a strictly land use perspective in the midst of a housing crisis, does this make sense? And the ask that has been put forward by the developer through this application is, to me, it makes sense. But for the most part, this is a development that's, just about wholly contained in electoral area E. So I will yield to the wishes of the director for the area and support, the preservation of the habitat, and we'll see what Director Nicholson has to say. Director for the area.
Well, where I landed was, I liked the recommendation, and I get that the applicant may not want to go down that road, but I feel like we need all this information to understand what we're giving up, because it is a significant loss to the community. And at the same time, there is a large covenant that is protecting that area, so even if it's in private hands for a longer period of time, it's protected, so I'm not worried about that. And there are certainly lots and lots of wetlands and riparian areas to be concerned about, but there are regulations around those. So from my perspective, it's kind of weighing off what we're going to lose versus, if we walked away from the proposal, it's obviously not going to develop until it is economically feasible to develop. And at that time, we would still get the lots, whereas what we're being asked to do is to give up a significant amenity, which would presumably fund the trail that would allow people to access this covenanted land. So, from my perspective, we need more information to make that decision. And so I would move the recommendation of staff.
It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Where are we at? We're losing Director Acton in 13 minutes. We are now on R6? R6. Where's our list of things that we might be able to put off? We have no closed session today. Okay, let's try and get, what's R6? Let's go, Ms. Boyd, please.
Thank you. R6, report from the Development Services Division regarding proposed bylaw number 4539 to amend Section 5.18M of Electoral Area B, Shawnigan Lake zoning bylaw number 985.
Ms. Boyle.
I'm back. So I did make a presentation, but I realized it's all text, so it might not be the most interesting presentation. But presented before you is a zoning bylaw amendment to the Electoral Area B, Shawnigan Lake zoning bylaw number 985 to replace Section 5.18M. So the current regulation presented on the slide prohibits subdivision of a small suite from a single-family dwelling, despite or even if properties are in compliance with all other zoning regulations such as minimum parcel size, servicing, setbacks, etc. in other zoning bylaws, such as the South Cowichan zoning bylaw number 3250 and the Electoral Area D zoning bylaw number 3705, which are much more recent. Restrictive covenant is only required for a parcel that cannot be subdivided under the respective zoning bylaw. And for parcels with subdivision potential, the registration of restrictive covenant is not required. And if a parcel is not able to be subdivided and has a covenant registered, but then in the future, through changes in the MOCP or zoning bylaw, the covenant can be removed and subdivision is possible. Staff are recommending that the section 5.18M regulation be replaced with a regulation that is more similar to that in Area D in the South Cowichan zoning bylaws. Staff consider this zoning amendment to more closely align and comply with OCP objectives and policies. So the recommendation is that the bylaw be forwarded to the board for first and second reading, and that no public hearing is recommended, but instead public notification be undertaken in accordance with the Local Government Act and CBRD Procedures and Fees bylaw.
Thank you, Ms. Boyle. Any questions for staff? Director Nicholson.
Only that I don't understand why they call, so when you're talking about a suite, I always think about it as like something in a building, in a house, but we're talking about a separate residence, is that right?
Through the chair to Director Nicholson, yeah, it's the terminology, as you know, between our zoning bylaws is not consistent. So in Area B, it's called either a secondary suite, which is attached, or a small suite, which is detached. Mm-hmm.
Director Acton.
So is there anything already in place that would exclude lakefront properties from this? Or, and I'm wondering like if we should be excluding.
Ms. Pressman. I saw
Thank
you
you,
get
Ms.
up. You gotta
Pressman.
go to the front. Come on.
Sure.
Ms. Boyle might have had the same answer, but through the chair to Director Acton. The zoning bylaw doesn't currently permit small suites, detached accessory dwellings for lakefront properties already. So only if it would be it doesn't. So it was only if it was an existing non-conforming one, that this would come into play if this is changed. But again, would need to meet all other subdivision regulations, such as parcel size.
All right.
So we've seen, there's been many that have come forward and they just maybe are not allowed to be rented.
Through the chair to Director Acton, I mean, we can bring up and potentially someone can share the screen with the Area B zoning bylaw. But for any property that's fronting the lake, a suite is not permitted. And then I think there's also a certain distance where it's like 60 meters, where it's also not permitted.
So I hate to be a taskmaster, but does this have anything to do with the application that we're considering?
No.
So maybe we could discuss that at a later date or at another meeting? Director Acton, this is in your area. What do you want to do with this?
Through the chair to Director Acton, so 5.18H, the regulation states this secondary suite shall not be located on any parcel with frontage along Shawnee Lake. And there's a similar one for section 5.8. Oh, sorry, there's 5.19, and then 5.18 is the small suite may, where is it? Oh yeah, in 5.18K. The small suite shall not be located on any parcel with frontage along Shawnigan Lake. It's okay.
Is there a seconder? There's a seconder. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, the motion carries. So we now are at R7, which I think we're gonna go with Director Nicholson.
Well, I know we have people in the audience that are here for R11, so I hope that you don't bump that off.
Well, I'm looking, I've been given a list of items from staff that can be moved to the meeting on the 20th. Right now I have R7 and R10. I think you're talking about R11. So we have R7 and R10. So let's first of all move that R7 be considered at the December 20th meeting. Seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's done. We're now at R8, Mill Springs. And this is a certificate of sufficiency and adding some items to the service area. Please, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you. Just very briefly, this proposed bylaw amendment is for the inclusion of 66 parcels into the Mill Springs Sewer System Service Area. Connection fees for these parcels will be paid through contribution to extending collection infrastructure within the Mill Bay area and an agreement with property owners on the construction of the collection infrastructure will be brought forward at a future meeting.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Because it's just been duly moved and seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. The motion carries. R9. Wow, Miss Surity just slid right in there. Nobody noticed. Way to go.
Thank you. Ms. Kletchka was supposed to present, but here I am. So the purpose of this report is to increase the curbside utility fees for January 1st, 2024 to offset known operating costs in the year 2024, which include but are limited to wage increases as per our collective agreement, garbage disposal costs, and more significantly, the cost of borrowing for the third replacement truck that will arrive next year. So before you have the fees as set out. And any questions?
Any questions? Turn to Director Nicholson. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Aren't you glad you stayed? Where are we at? R10. Building permit fees, that's pretty important, and that's timely. Oh, yeah, right, I was. No, some motion to move R10 to December 20th. Moved. Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Done. Okay, I've been told that R11 isn't critical, but we do have people that have stayed here for the that particular item.
Chair, can I have maybe 5 minutes?
We'll lose Director Acton in that 5 minutes. So then we should take 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes or 7 minutes.
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Yes, Chair, I do. No, sir. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sonny Brisky, Chief Building Official. So I'm here to talk briefly. I have a presentation here for you respecting the zero carbon step code. Thanks to the group for hanging in the gallery there. It's a long day, so we'll try to get through it. So on November the 15th at the committee meeting, this committee gave direction to receive a report respecting the zero carbon code for the purposes of discussion and choosing whether or not to preemptively enforce the regulation. This regulation is coming in a phased approach from the province, but we do have the tools and the ability to wipe that out and get going on it sooner. So on the screen here, basically this is a refresher from the June 7th 2023 EASC meeting where I gave you a for information report on the zero carbon code, and basically this is just a table here that describes the difference between the energy step code and the zero carbon code. They're not the same thing. They sound the same, but they have two separate functions. The energy step code is essentially there to regulate energy demand and building components and things like that for conserving energy, but it doesn't necessarily regulate the fuel sources that can go into a home. Like you could still use natural gas or fossil fuels through the energy step code. So the zero carbon step code steps in to essentially regulate the electrification and the decarbonization of new homes. Next slide, Michelle, please. So currently, as far as energy step code goes, the arrow is a little low here, but we are at step 3 right now for the energy step code, and the committee years ago had elected to stay in line with the BC building code for as far as the energy step code goes. Step 4 and step 5 are coming in subsequent years leading up to 2032 for what we're calling net zero ready. Okay. Okay, next one, Michelle, please. Okay, so with respect to the zero carbon code on the screen, so right now the province actually just informed us that the 2023 or 2024 building code, I'm not sure how they're going to name it, is actually, it was intended to be implemented this December, but it's actually going to be in March now, they tell us. So when we get that, we'll be at EL level 1, which is EL stands for emission level. And basically level 1 will be a voluntary thing. If you wish to build to zero carbon and see how that works, you're welcome to do it. I believe the province and the government has rebates for things like that. Coming quite rapidly near the end of 2024, early 2025 will be the first phase of actually regulating the use of fossil fuels. So EL level 2 will be cutting out the use of fossil fuels for home heating purposes. 2027 we'll go to EL 3, which is for water heating. So no more natural gas water heating. And 2023 we'll go to 4, and that'll be for cooking appliances as well. So by the time we get to EL4 in 2030, home heating, water heating, and cooking appliances will all be electric. It's important to remember, though, however, that supplemental or backup heating, we're still permitted to use fossil fuels for that. Okay, where are we here? Okay, Michelle, next one, thank you. Okay, so now this graph is from 2016, and basically this is a graph that, I know it's small, you guys, I'm really sorry. But basically this graph is showing a number of different major sources of pollution, and it starts in the 70s and ends in about 2011. The bottom column is buildings. Right, so buildings have been a fairly large polluter for the last 40, 50 years. But what can be demonstrated through this graph as population has increased over the last 40 or 50 years is that the emissions generated or emitted by buildings has stayed fairly consistent but our overall demand for energy and transportation and other things that contribute to greenhouse gas emissions have increased quite significantly. Next one, Michelle, please. This graph again, so sorry about the size, you guys. This graph was published by Environment Canada in 2021 and describes the total increase in global emissions between 2005 and 2020. It further shows which countries are the top emitters, what their shares of emissions are, and how those emissions have changed between 2005 and 2020. So the blue is total emissions percentage-wise from 2005, and the green is those emissions in 2020. So there's quite, although Canada is, you know, the 10th or 11th greatest emitter on planet Earth, we can certainly see how sharp that curve is. Next one, Michelle. So now these are real small here. Sorry, you guys, I hope you got this as an attachment to your report. Now, the first table describes how per capita emissions are calculated. Now, although Canada does have a very poor per capita percentage, when we look at some of the total emissions in megatons versus total population, these values are exponentially different from one another. So, you know, we got to make sure we know what we're doing and where we're going. The second table provides numerical data used to construct the graph shown on the previous slide. So, essentially, what share of global greenhouse emissions Canada was responsible in 2005, and what they were responsible for in 2020, as well as sort of how those other major contributors have, we can see the United States and Japan trending very well. Canada is trending the right way here, maybe not to the same degree as some of these other countries. But one thing to remember too, as far as the 2020 values go, you know, that includes, you know, when we shut down for COVID, there was obviously a lot of emission reduction at that time. Thanks, Michelle. So next thing, so the first table here, again, very small. So I've highlighted British Columbia. Now, the first table breaks up the total emissions emitted by each province. Now, and I'll say that the second table describes emission totals from some of the largest cities and municipalities in the country as well. Now, although pollution doesn't stay within its provincial borders, it doesn't need a passport to travel the world. You know, it is important to recognize the differences between BC and Alberta and Saskatchewan here if we're using per capita to describe Canada amongst the world. What can be seen through this chart is, you know, BC is a fairly middle of the road emitter in this country. The prairie provinces are major drivers of emissions, and some of the Atlantic provinces, you know, their populations are smaller, but they're sort of humming around right where BC is as well. Ontario, obviously, with their population and major metro areas as well, which can be seen in the second slide with Toronto as well. So this information was provided basically based on some of the questions and discussions that were had at the previous meeting. So that's there for your information. Michelle, next one, please. So in 2020, Canada ranked as the 11th largest greenhouse gas emitting country. Canada's share of global emissions decreased from 1.8% in 2005 to 1.5% in 2020. Like that of other economically developed countries, Canada's share is anticipated to continue to decline due to the expected rapid increase in emissions from economically developing and emerging countries. That isn't to say that our numbers are getting better, it's just that our percentage share is less. And as I mentioned earlier, the confinement measures introduced in many countries in 2020 due to the pandemic created an industrial slowdown and important reductions in trade and travel by air and land. These impacts contributed to about a 4% decrease in global greenhouse gas emissions between 2019 and 2020. Michelle, thank you. So on December 12th, 2015, Canada and 194 other countries reached the Paris Agreement. This is an ambitious and balanced agreement intended to fight climate change. Under this agreement, Canada is committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below the 2005 levels by 2030. In 2022, the Government of Canada introduced Canada's 2030 emission reduction plan, which aims to achieve a 40 to 45% emission reduction below 2005 levels by 2003. The previous slides would dictate that we're way off on that. We're, single-digit percentages in that regard, and that may be somewhat due to the pandemic. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, reaching this goal implies large-scale changes in energy systems and potentially land use across the entire world. In addition, the efforts and associated costs needed to reach this goal will vary between countries, with the distribution of costs across countries potentially being different from the distribution of the actions themselves. Next, Michelle. So, given that the BC Building Code will be regulating the zero carbon gradually over the next number of years regardless, it is coming. Whether we choose to move ahead now, it is coming. So, it's not like you're not going to have it. But staff are recommending that the CVRD remain consistent with provincial timelines respecting the implementation of the Zero Carbon Step Code and its enforcement through the BC Building Code. Voting for option 1 isn't necessarily a negative choice, as mandatory minimum regulations are coming, and aligning with provincial timelines will allow for BC Hydro to prepare their infrastructure, gives the public clear expectations for the future of permitting in the valley. It aligns with global commitments the country has made and allows for neighboring urban districts to iron out any bugs associated with enforcing these regulations.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does, Chair Morrison. Thank you.
You better stand there in case we have some questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any questions for Sunny? Hillary? Oh, we're not enclosed.
Thank you,
Director
Chair.
Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Bursky. You've probably sensed that there's some public interest in us accelerating our, what does that, how's that going to impact if we were to align with our neighboring regions like Nanaimo and CRD, so that we don't have this, I sense that we might be a great place for developers to quickly finish off gas installations, being a little bit of an island.
Through the chair to you, Director, Director Hillary, sorry.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. I mean, we do have some in-stream developments now. It would take me some time to develop an amendment. It wouldn't take much. But, I mean, this isn't as drastic of a regulation to comply with as the Energy Step Code was. The Energy Step Code requires, hiring of professionals and, modeling and software and cost. This regulation is really just as simple as we're not roughing in for gas. There are a lot of parts of the region where, there isn't a natural gas service. A lot of those citizens may have, a propane tank or something like that they want to use, which would be governed under this regulation. But I mean, certainly in the urban districts where the gas service is readily available almost everywhere, yeah, it's a big shift. But for us, it doesn't exist necessarily everywhere. Cowichan Estates is pretty well through. We have a couple other things coming, but I don't know that there would be too dramatic of a disruption.
Anyone else? Director Acton?
From my discussions with developers, with new builds, it sounds like a lot of these, it's best to be doing heat pumps now anyway. And the only thing that I've heard that is quite common in new builds in general is hot water on demand. So they're not, so that you don't have a hot water tank being kept hot the whole time. Is it possible? I only know that, or I'm not sure, is it possible to have hot water on demand without gas?
Through the chair to you, Director Acton, I do believe there is electric on-demand units. My understanding is they are expensive units and they are more expensive to run. But I should mention that, you know, this wouldn't be the only regulation in the book, that there are significant energy regulations surrounding hot water tanks and new dwelling units anyway. They can't be in a garage any longer. They have to be in a heated space. They have to be insulated. The supply and the distribution from them, the lines need to be insulated. So don't think of it like a hot water tank sweating out in the garage with the door open when it's -10 or anything like that. Like, we would require hot water tanks to be in an already heated and ventilated space under current regulations. So there is an attempt at efficiency in that respect.
Director Nicholson.
I don't have any questions. I'd like to move option 2.
Okay, well, okay, it's just been moved and seconded, but I have Director McClinton on the list.
It was probably going to be more of a comment than a question anyways. Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. I think the timeline set up by the province is appropriate. I think it's very appropriate. You know, a couple anecdotal comments, you know, just even last year, the province was telling us not to turn on their air conditioning during the summer. 99% of the electricity we produce in BC is renewable, and we need Site C to come on. That's an important part of this. But that's all just the other stuff. I mean, disrupting what's in flow with contractors. We just had a person here speaking about all the troubles they're going through, a 2-year process to sort of put a stick in the spokes of developments that are happening. It's gonna have a real impact on specific people's lives, and I just don't think that's appropriate. We're gonna be moving in the right direction. Canada's doing a lot, but I don't know if this was brought up in your slide, but my numbers are, you know, Canada's reduced its emissions by 8% since 2000, gross emissions since 2005. We got a ways to go, but I think this request now for here at the CVRD is a drop in the bucket for CO2, and it's going to have a major impact on individuals' lives, and I'm not prepared to support that.
Director Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And basically what he said, but if I can read something, I can't support this option 2 either, but just on the last paragraph of what Mr. Brisky has just put forward, according to the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change, reaching this goal implies large-scale changes in energy systems and potentially land use across the world. In addition, the efforts and the associated costs needed to reach this goal will vary between countries, with the distribution of costs across countries potentially being different from the distribution of the actions themselves. That, to me, speaks volumes. And I know for a fact that a lot of developers are already implementing as many of the changes as they can in order to comply with as little CO2 emissions as they can. So I can't support option 2.
Director Nicholson.
So I think it's pretty simple to support option 2. First of all, because it's the right thing to do, and it's relatively easy to do, low cost. We have, since I've been on the board, the community has come here to ask us to do things about climate change. And we've sort of done things in a very measured, this is something that we could actually do quickly, and it would be pretty low-hanging fruit from my perspective. And Karen Deck apologizes for not being here. She has a family crisis she's dealing with, but she sent me 8 points that she would like me to make, and I will make them if you'd like, if you'd like to hear them. So first of all, she says building diverse, affordable, and attainable homes is a necessity. It's a social justice issue and one we cannot postpone. The pressure to fast-track projects and streamline building codes and zoning bylaws is very real. Given the scenario, it's safe to assume that there will be many units built in the near future. As a result, a number of local governments, including Victoria to the south of us and Nanaimo to the north, have concluded that now is the best time to accelerate the adoption of the highest levels of the BC Zero Carbon Step Code. Builders in both these cities, some of whom build homes here, are already prepared. Contractors told Nanaimo City Council that the top level of the Zero Carbon Step Code is easier and more straightforward to comply with than the top level of BC's Energy Step Code. Approximately 25 to 50% of emissions that BC local governments are responsible for come from fossil fuels used in buildings for space and water heating and other appliances. Any building today with gas, space, and water heating equipment is locking in this carbon-polluting equipment until they are replaced in 20 to 30 years. Many times over the past year, we've heard how past boards have postponed acquisitions, chicken wire and duct tape quote by Ian Morrison, only to find that inflation has increased the cost exponentially. Mandating electric heat pumps in the new building prevents expensive retrofits later. Fireplaces, wood stoves, and outdoor cooking are not part of the Zero Carbon Step Code at this time in order to provide backup for power outages, as those who have experienced sometimes days-long power outages are grateful for. Expensive, what could be more expensive than forest fires, heat domes, droughts, and floods, and lives lost? Studies have shown that all electric buildings can be designed and built at no additional cost, and in some cases for less than the cost to build minimum building code, to minimum building code requirements. And once built, the ongoing costs of heating and cooling are less than the cost with either gas or electric baseboard heat. Given increasing extreme summer heat events, having cooling as well as heating from an electric heat pump is also increasingly important for the health and safety of local residents. And I agree, I think that's extremely important. People need homes to live in, but they also need futures to live in. From my point of view, we need to treat our local obligations to reduce greenhouse gas emissions with the urgency that the climate emergency demand. And at the same time, we'll be making our new housing stock safer and healthier for families living in the CVRD. And I agree completely with what she said.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Brisky. So I'm just, and actually maybe for our corporate officer, deputy corporate officer. So we've got some work to do for July 1st implementation of this. Can I get some idea as far as timeline goes, as far as your ability in your department to adjust to this and the organization's ability to draft bylaws, all of that? I'm just looking at whether or not a December 31st might be a more workable and more appropriate and give more response time to the industry that is going to be affected most by this.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So I think we could certainly have a bylaw amendment prepared, by the midpoint of next year, certainly. By the end of the year, we'll be kind of into, EL2 potentially of the pardon me, you guys, it's been a long one. But the Zero Carbon Code. So I don't think there's any reason. I mean, I've my plate's full every day, but if it's your direction, I mean, it can be a priority for me. So
we work with each department to assist as much we can, and if that's what's the board's direction, then we will draft those bylaws with.
Director McClinton.
Thank you, Chair. A question for, if I may. How many, approximately, it doesn't have to be exact, how many homes are we talking between like if we bump it up compared to if we just followed the province's rollout? Can you give any sense, just based on, you know, I think you, at the last time you presented, you said there was something like 57 homes under construction?
I think we'd issued approximately, let's say, 60 dwelling unit permits this year, and that is low. And I think a lot of it, you know, is certainly in Cowichan Estates there. I think for our past 5 years, 100 dwelling units a year is more what's typical. What's to come in the next couple of years, who knows? But you know, certainly, you know, the first phase of the zero carbon code to cut the home heating, that's going to be the big one. You know, the water heating and the cooking appliances, I don't think will have the same impact that the heating will, as far as reducing emissions. But you know, I'll let you do the math as far as, you know, call it 100 dwelling units a year.
Any other comments, questions? Director Martman.
I'm always interested in trying to balance between what I hear people's ideas and opinions on what they think the impact will be, and then on new builds and their ideas of development, and trying to balance that off with what I'm hearing from staff is saying, sort of these that are professional in this, and saying that this isn't like the step code. This is not a huge, I mean, this is what I'm hearing you say. It's not necessarily a huge ask. It's inconvenient, perhaps, I think is probably the word I would go, in terms of trying to align it with how hydro is rolling out, how this will roll out in terms of if we activate the process to start something, it's going to take another, well, end of 2024 is sort of what I'm hearing, how it would all roll out. My biggest concern would just be the in-stream issues, and I don't know if you would have some recommendations on how to deal with that, because if someone's already started with sort of a due process and an idea of what they need to move forward, you know, can you make any recommendations how you would deal with the in-stream? Otherwise, I think, I'll let you, before you get to that, my view is we are thinking a quick fix for a very long-term issue. And my mom always said, you got to clean up your own bedroom before you expect anybody else will. So I think, you know, relate that to climate change in your head.
Thank you, Director Martman. I mean, you know, if I could be, you know, I mean, my job is to be the chief building official and serve the public and inform you. I mean, I do have some things that I would like to know more about. I mean, you know, for some of these in-stream developments, and you know, there is some information in your report about, you know, this is going to be a very easy regulation to comply with for the purposes of having a building permit, right? If I have a building permit for a house and I, you know, put in a heat pump and an electric water heater and an electric range, I comply. Now, that said, what this does has nothing to do with the transformer out on the street, or has nothing to do with the way we, you know, extract and refine lumber and concrete and materials. Those things aren't regulated here, right? So, you know, there are potentially some things that may come that we're not completely aware of, and whether or not we've achieved the goal here, I mean, I understand chipping away, but that I'm not sure about.
Sure, follow up.
And I appreciate that, and I think that's, you did mention that in your report when you said unforeseen costs or challenges that could be witnessed. But I think one thing I just, when you read out Director Deck's comments, the one thing that strikes me is that you're going to build a house with a heat pump in for 30 years, or hopefully longer? Or are you going to be putting, committing to having a propane heating system? I can see that, and that's real for me. And I think that's where I would land in terms of favor of the way the motion's been recommended.
Okay, everyone, we've got a resolution on the floor that's been duly moved and seconded. Would you read the resolution, please, Ms. Boyd?
Thank you. It's option 2, that it be recommended to the board that staff prepare amendments to CVRD bylaw number 3422, building regulation bylaw 2011, and proposed CVRD bylaw number 4433, building regulation bylaw 2023, to implement zero carbon step code emission level 3 immediately and emission level 4 on July 1st, 2024.
Gonna call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, I'm looking at what we have left. We have, that was 11. I think if we drop 13 and 14 and we crack on, that we gotta do a couple of these. So, R12. Mr. McDonald, you've been so patient.
Our favorite, fireworks.
Yeah.
I'll forego my 50-slide PowerPoint.
Oh, thank you.
This should be a pretty quick one. The package I provide you in my report is fairly explanatory. One thing I was going to do is speak to that resolution. To add to the resolution, it could have actually said, following the adoption of bylaw 4509, which is Ms. Boyd's bylaw. So that was the bylaw we put together that would now make the CVRD electoral areas have their own powers to have their own bylaw for fireworks. So no longer we have to go to committee of the whole and also have Ladysmith and Lake Couch in the bylaw. So 4514 is intended to look a lot like the existing bylaw, but it's really intended as an intern bylaw. So being that New Year's is coming, we needed to make sure that once this bylaw 4509 is adopted, which will likely be next week, that this bylaw can follow right in behind it. So at least we have still something, otherwise we'll have no bylaw going into New Year's to enforce. So it would also be the intent that we get a recommendation from directors to have staff prepare a new report coming in the new year that would address your concerns. So I'm not sure you want to debate it heavily today, and that's why we would probably look at sometime in January, February, March, certainly before we get to the next summertime or the next time that they, which the bylaw says is, I think July 1st would be the next time somebody can have fireworks. I'm here for questions.
Director Acton.
That is good news, because I didn't read it totally like that. So this is just to be formal, so that it's just us and other areas are not upset, which we were the ones, in my understanding though, and I would be willing to direct staff today to produce that next bylaw if you wanted, because I don't think we need to debate it anymore. I think it was pretty much unanimous that electoral areas should not have fireworks, and so move towards a complete.
Just can I interject for a second?
Okay.
Just because, did you read option 2?
Yeah, but probably didn't even understand it then, right?
Option 2
Is that what you're
bans,
saying?
basically, option 2 bans fireworks.
Yes, but.
Is that what you're looking, see what
Yes,
staff is looking
so
for
that's
is direction.
Well, I thought we already had that direction, because I remember you saying it would actually be easier if we banned it. So we said, yes, let's ban it. So this is the, and I don't know that, I did not understand that this report coming forward now would be just to amalgamate us as the bylaw, but, I'll get my hands out of the camera. And, but since it is, yes, I would, and then if we have that ability to just direct staff to produce that next bylaw, I guess, is what you're saying, right? Then with number 2, I would move option 2 if the time is right.
It's been moved and seconded. Director Martman.
Well, that wasn't my understanding. I'm not sure if Area H can, if we go down this road, I'd be looking for Area H to step out of this bylaw if possible. The reason is that this is a complicated issue because of the size of the CVRD from my perspective. And I come from a rural area, and I have very, important viewpoints that I think are important on, impact on wildlife, impact on livestock, impact on pets. And, but I have a community that has seemed to find the balance in understanding that pick a day, pick a time, stick to it, that's it. And I think they would be okay with that. I think if, I even looked at this and went like, I don't like the idea if it's on a whole day. If you said from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock on a Halloween, people would get it. And I've talked to farmers about this that, have livestock, and they're going like, if we know when, we're okay. The problem is that this policy is just strictly on paper. It's unenforceable. It's one of these things where, we're trying to really set that the future is not for fireworks. I get it. And I would love to entertain the idea that we put some funds towards an educational program that tells people over the next 5 years, we're phasing out. Like, we're just going to get out of this, and here's the reasons why. And give them time to make that adjustments and start to look for things. But to just go and say we're having a prohibition, that's not in my mind right now. I wouldn't vote for this. I would vote for option 1, though.
Thank you, and I'm having the same sort of recollection as Director Martman. I thought there was much more to be discussed on this matter. I didn't think we were anywhere near a ban at this point. Just,
Comment, because it might help you. And that was my intent, and that's why there is one is to have an interim. I've spent some time already looking at other bylaws and what might make sense for CVRD and going forward, but it was also to get direction to not spend a bunch of time developing a robust bylaw that you didn't like. So that was part of it. It was to find out some kind of direction that you'd like to see. By actually an outright ban, you do, I mean, if a special event came up that you'd like to have, say, Hallmark has come around and wants to do a movie or something like that, or there's somebody's going to have a 100th anniversary, there's no out. There is no way to do that. So that's why I'm looking at ways that still give you an opportunity that if somebody has a special thing. So say you did want to do your ban, you may want to look at something that gives you the opportunity that you could still have some kind of exemption. Right now, there would be no exemption.
That's precisely where I thought we were going to, because when the discussion around a ban came up, all of a sudden a whole bunch of people that are in support of fireworks and specified days and times came up and made their voices heard. So I'm not supportive of option 2. I think that staff have put forward a reasonable path forward that will allow for that discussion and for us to maybe include something along the lines of what Director Martman said, a sunset clause on permits and the like. So with that, I saw hands go up. I saw Director Abbott.
I just echo that sentiment.
Thank you. Director McClinton.
Yeah, I think I echo too. I think I'm struggling a little bit to follow along, but I mean, I just want to make the point, Halloween has been a long-standing tradition in Saltaire, several hundred people out. I was there with my daughter this year. That would be pretty devastating to the community if that day was taken away. So just trying to work in those considerations, I think, is very important.
Director Segal.
Yeah, I agree. And, oh my God, my brain. I witnessed a Facebook, usually when fireworks come up on Facebook, it's like crazy. But there was one where someone wanted to canvass his community saying, hey, I'd like to book a time. And what do people think? I'm going to get a permit. And all the comments were surprisingly supportive of someone who's interested to engage with neighbors, find the appropriate time, that's, got the right buffer from livestock, then the community was supportive. So that was interesting to witness. I do have a centennial or 150 or something coming up in my community in the near future, so that's on my mind. And I thought there was something else, but it doesn't matter.
I think the educational piece is important, and I agree. That's why I say this needs more time. It's been a long day, and that's why I say I didn't want to force into a meeting like this that you, at the end of a very long meeting, to try and make some big decisions. So again, that's why the recommendation of, and part of why this came is that we were waiting for the province, and I didn't expect this would happen right before New Year's. So kind of thought it was going to happen after New Year's, so we needed something in the interim. So again, that's why. It's just to get through New Year's. Once we're through New Year's, we'll have some options for you to entertain and decide which direction you want to go.
Okay. Well, it's on the floor. I got it defeated.
Defeat.
Okay, so the director that made the motion is willing to accept defeat on this, so call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion's defeated. Does the same director want to move option one? Moved, seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried. Where does that leave us now? R13, we're gonna, can we really pull that one?
The due date for the grant, I understand, is January 12th, Mr. Chair.
And we have a meeting beforehand and a board meeting?
They will be special meetings. I'm trying to finish my report tomorrow.
Okay, so R13, move that it be considered on the 20th. Move. Can we have a seconder? Seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 14, same deal. Move to the 20th. Yeah, but I think we're still going to want to discuss it. Move to the 20th. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that brings us to the last but very important item. Who's presenting on this? Wow, that's commitment. All day sitting in that seat. Oh, yeah. And tomorrow morning.
No, tomorrow I get to stand here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I get to stand here. This can be fast, right? We're just gonna prove and then we're all gonna go home for dinner, right?
Right.
So I don't really have anything to present on screen.
Okay.
But as you can see in the report, that we brought back some items that you guys asked for at the last meeting regarding it. So the two items were one for the roof and one for the Stocking Lake Dam. So the CCC roof and the Stocking Lake Dam. So the Stocking Lake Dam, it would have to be borrowed to cover for that. So it is going to have to be parcel tax. So then it would be, depending on what term they use, it could be anywhere, I think it was like 300, from 300 a year or up to, or down to 220, depending if you do 15, 20, or 25 years. And that will be added on top of already the parcel tax that happens already to run the system. So this would be in addition to if they had to borrow for the dam, for their half. The CCC becomes a little bit more complicated because it involves regional rec. So Angela and I did try our best to make it the easiest to understand, and it still does not look right because it's very convoluted when you have a project that already has some money that is coming from reserves, which then you have to that affects the reserves. If they get the grant funding, then it affects how much people pay. So there was the two options. If there's no grant for the electoral areas, you're looking at $1.40 per 100,000. If you add the grant, it goes up to 62 cents per 100,000 because of not having to use the operating reserves, which doesn't affect how people pay. The regional rec becomes a bit of an issue when you're trying to figure out projects because you have to take out those reserves, capital reserves and operating reserves that are used, that were paid for by the first four. Take them out before you figure out what the requisition is going to be to pay for the program. So it does take a little bit of finagling. It's a brain teaser on the things that we have set up to figure these out is quite convoluted.
So I'm just going to make the comment that I heard, distilling this down to the very basic of, and we can choose to drill down as far as we want, but we need to make the allocations. The allocations can change, but we need to make the allocations, and they need to be made in fiscal 2023. And it has to go to the board next week. So we can use our very tired brains to tease this some more, or we could make the allocations and contemplate teasing them more at a later date. So I had Director Nicholson, holy cow, okay, I gotta write this down. Go ahead, Director Nicholson.
Thank you. So I couldn't follow your,
Understand.
but when I was at the Regional Recreation, the Cowichan Center Commission meeting, it has been brought to my attention, and you know, we're into the second year, so next year's the third year, isn't it? Correct. The third year. So we're not, next year's the third year or the second? It's the second year.
No, next year will be the third. So next year. Last is the last year. So next year, it's all will be, when they do the requisition, it all is from regional rec. Instead of like, last year was 1/3, this year is 2/3, next year will be all 3/3.
And so this money.
The budget, yes.
Like
The budget
we'll be
cycle.
budgeting the last year, next year when we budget for 2025, that will be the third year we're budgeting
Yes.
for. But the
Yes.
actual 2024 is this year.
Yes.
So is this money going to be used in 2024? So is it part of the 2024 budget?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a,
Yeah.
so it's a two-thirds thing. So because the munis, I hate doing this, because the municipalities have decided to allocate their community works funds elsewhere, I want to make sure that what we contribute is just going to benefit the electoral areas.
Yes.
And I also, because Area E has been paying into the Cowichan Community Center for years, I need to make sure that I'm not going to be paying more than I need to from an Area E perspective. So if you can convince me, I'm all for it.
Easy peasy. Go for it, Tracy. Ms. Bullock.
I wish it was easy. So if you stick with not putting the grant towards the roof, you would have a bit of a credit, like for 420, function 420. 42, the rest of the functions don't be affected by it. So that's where that negative $1.40 comes per 100,000. But then when you add it to the other ones, it brings you back into a positive. I will try my best because it is a very convoluted when you add the regional rec. It's either way, if you do the grant application and you put the grant there, your regional rec amount will go down. So the regional rec amount that Area E pays would go down.
Right, but will North Cowichan's go down because we're giving them the grant, because we're putting the grant in?
Let me see. Everybody will.
Okay, so fundamentally, that is not fair because they have chosen to take theirs and apply it to something that is just within their municipality.
So the town of Ladysmith and town of Cowichan would have a very small amount that they would go down by, where the 4 areas that paid into CCC have a larger amount of their regional rec part go down compared to the rest of the areas. So like the other areas that did not pay into CCC, their amounts go down a bit, but not, so like all the electoral areas would go down. So it's, because that's how regional rec worked. Regional rec is everybody.
Okay, so I'm just gonna let everybody know, we've got Nicholson, Wilson, Martman, McClinton, Acton. And were you on there, Kate?
I have a question on
Okay, so let's go to Director Wilson next.
Convoluted. It is. It's so complicated that even 2 years later, I'm not fully understanding the regional recreation. And this bit here, as the Director Nicholson has brought up, God bless our munis, they're getting away with a pretty good deal here. So I'm not sure that okay, we need a new roof, but if they are going to be using it as well, maybe not, then they should be paying for it as well.
Director Martman.
Thank you. I did go through the numbers, and I thank you. I thought your report did a good job, so thanks for that. So correct me if I got this wrong. So I look at regional recreation, and I go down into the chart, and I see the Cowichan Community Center, and I go down to Area H, and Area H uses it, so based on user, 0.35%. That's our portion of the 100%. North Cowichan is 53.75% of the use. So my question from Area H, and I don't like to always use area H, but geez, I'm from there. If we aren't going to save $1.40 on regional rec at 0.35% usage, I think when I looked at the line that you sent out, we saved like 19 cents on every 100,000 per, so our portion of what's getting put into the community couch and roof is actually quite small in comparison to other areas. And the other areas that do well are the munis and down south, the ones that really are the users. And so we're all into this regional rec together, and I don't mind paying our portion of it, but it seems that unless you start considering the other regional rec centers that, by the way, they all need roofs. So Fuller Lake needs a roof, Frank Jameson needs a roof. If you said, well, okay, we'll re-roof those ones, a portion goes to that, a portion goes to that, then a larger percentage of my area go to use those facilities, and I would get a larger return on what's done. Is that essentially, is that incorrect, or if I've got that right? That's how I'm interpreting this.
Yeah, it's, yeah, regional rec is when you add in projects, becomes quite a mess more for us at the regional district than it would at the munis. Theirs is because they tell us what they need. So then we have to fit it in with everything that we have to figure out how we split it out. So we get the information from the munis on what they need for regional rec. We put that into our calculations. We work with the rec centers on what they need for theirs, figure out all the projects, do the percentages to break out who's using operating reserves, who's using capital reserves, then the borrowing, long-term borrowing, short-term borrowing, all of that goes into this calculation to figure out how we split it. And then we have this beautiful spreadsheet with all your percentages on it, and we plunk in, we need $3 million, and then it tells me how much each place has to pay back for it. So I don't think it's very cut and dry on how to explain that, on how to do that, yeah.
But John's gonna try.
John is going to try. So the first thing is 2023 was the first year, 2024 is the second year, 2025 is the third year of the implementation for everybody's information. So listen to the comments around the table. Yes, the municipalities will benefit because we're during this implementation period. So there will be municipalities and electoral areas benefiting if this is the grant situation. And yes, the municipalities have their own Growing Communities Fund that they did not contribute toward this project. So straight up, yes, the municipalities will benefit to whatever amount was in the table.
So on this first topic, I am really not for it. I was not for it before, and I actually thought, oh man, this is separate from the munis, but it's not. And I'm going like, and I was looking at the alternatives, so I don't know where we're going to go with this conversation, Chair. But one of the things that I find sort of lacking in options was around what are we doing with emergency management on a regional level that we really could make a difference in. We just struggled with an emergency warming center, and I'm going like, whoa.
Okay,
Anyways.
let me stop you there, because it's a brilliant question, but I'm going to turn everybody's mind to the eligible projects should we not go in one direction. It's not like we could pick anything. You gotta go to the attachment. So, yes. Well, this is the list that's been provided to us by staff for consideration, so, and I don't think it's really small print, but is emergency management on there?
Well, I can comment.
Okay, please do. Help us.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? Okay, so we do have an item in the list in the report, which is upgrade to the Cowichan Community Center. In the Growing Communities Fund, public safety improvements are an eligible expense, and so we've identified a project that you're very familiar with, the Emergency Warming Center, needing some security improvements at the facility. So that is what that refers to. So we were mindful of that as an eligibility. The other thing I just want to highlight for you is that I know this is a really hard discussion to have when it comes to being in a regional district, and the Growing Communities Fund, the criteria for it, the province asked us to think regionally, projects that had regional impact. We're not allowed to break it down by electoral area. So I do understand it's hard to have this discussion, but we were following the instructions in the program from the provincial government when we put this recommendation together. But so that if you are really struggling with it, that's why you have the secondary sheet in front of you in the report, which lists 5 additional options for consideration. So I just draw your attention to that if you're really just it's not sitting right with you. There are a number of others that are in a few different service areas that are also regionally focused projects.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to Ben because I kind of cut him off, but go ahead.
Thank you, and and I certainly don't think like C and D in the report are really big items for me to wrap my head around, but I still, so I just not for regional rec. This is sort of disproportionate. I'm really thinking that I'm struggling with Stalking Lake Dam. Sorry, I like to call it regional, and it affects 800 parcel owners, and it's just sitting there. It's like how is that regional? And I know it's a big thing to Director McClinton. So I guess it's sort of like we're getting funneled into having a decision based on these items, but I do believe there's items that are of regional importance from an active transportation plan, and I'm not sure those are reflected. I see the first ones are, but there's other ones there on the Trans-Canada Trail that goes up through the Diamond in that area too, is also in their active transportation plan as a high priority. So, but, I'm not sure they meet the requirement. So I guess I'm open to hear what others have to say, because it feels like we're breaking it down into electoral area projects for the Stalking Lake Dam to me. Cowichan Community Center doesn't seem to feel right, but maybe all we have left, but I'm not comfortable with it. Thanks.
Okay, so I've got Directors McClinton, Acton, Segal, and myself, and Abbott. Okay, so Director McClinton, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I have a bunch of notes here, but I'm going to shoot from the hip and just the Stalking Lake Dam. This has kept me awake for many months. I really sincerely hope you guys consider it, and I want to come at it from the angle of what's in it for you. Certainly does seem like Saltaire would be a major beneficiary of this, which is true, but this has to get done. It's at a stage now where it's compromised. The level of risk is increased with the dam, and so something's got to happen one way or another. Some of the things that keep me up are the families that are in the spillway, or if there's an earthquake, whatever could happen, right? So but I guess then it comes back to the onus being on the Area G taxpayers. With regional rec coming through, Area H and Area G we've been affected the most by that. We'd be looking at well over 100% increase in tax, like much higher than that in a 3-year period. Plus we have this water filtration. But it does service, for not quite 20,000 people, but getting up there, it's in partnership with Ladysmith. It, I think, will strengthen that partnership and with Ladysmith and the things that we're doing with them. But if there is emergencies in other areas, where is that water going to be coming from? That's one of the few reservoir or dams, I should say, that usually has some extra capacity. There could be opportunities down the road that could, help out some of our neighbors. I know some of that water, a decent amount, goes to Area H and their improvement districts. So I know it's a big ask, but it's it's sure something that, this is more than once in a generation, like a once in a multi-generation kind of ask. And, we all sit around here and talk about water security, water safety, and I just think this is an opportunity for us to, for everybody to agree on that and move a project forward. I know it's a big ask, but it's just, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Director Acton, then Segal.
Yeah, so this really gets my goat for sure. The Cowichan Community Center one, both of them, and as electoral areas, we gotta support each other. But I think, so there's no follow-up support from North Cowichan giving some of theirs. All the munis got, if we remember, I don't know, 3 or 4 times as much as we got. And then we've been given a small amount and told that it has to be regional. So, I would hope that maybe we could at least pick some electoral area items, like there must be something that just could support us more than helping out a municipality where they could at least have matched that. But that's, anyway, it just doesn't sit right. Like, it's supposed to be, or why would they give it to us? Like, I think we need to find a way to benefit the electoral areas more, and even just putting it in functions that are already funded regionally, like even a regional trail, I don't think it's doing the same thing, just at a lesser degree, because right now, the regional rec, it is heavily funded by the muni, so by actually putting it in there, we're reducing their taxes more than if we did put it in a trail. But both ways, I think we should be looking at ways that we can, if we can do a Stocking Lake Dam replacement, there must be a way that we can do something more focused on electoral areas, and that's what I would love to see.
Ms. Mohan, I see you're ready to jump in there and help us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recap briefly the process we went to get to these projects, because the eligibility requirements are really constricting. Like, it's really difficult. So we can't choose a project that's already receiving funding from a senior level of government. So basically, it almost rules out everything that's in the Community Works Fund right off the top, because it's already funded by the Community Works Fund, and we can't displace that. We can't choose new projects. Like, they have to be projects that were already on the books, either in a planning stage or identified in a strategic plan or a future plan. And in fact, if they're in play, even better. Like, if it's a stage 2 or a stage 3 of an already going project, even better, which is some of the projects that have been forwarded to you meet that criteria, like the solid waste trucks that we bought, and like the Bings Creek site design that's on your addendum. So after that, staff looked at sort of every supplemental request that was put to the board in the prior budget year, and all the ones that we had on the radar for the upcoming budget year, and we scoured those for anything that would be eligible, and that's what you have in front of you. So we, as staff, went through a fairly extensive process starting in March to bring you this list. And it's very difficult, given all of the constraints on eligibility, to come up with something at this meeting that's going to meet those eligibility requirements and we don't have time at this point to come back to you a second time after investigating ideas that are generated at this meeting. What we do have is what the chair pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, which is that we can make decisions today, you can make decisions today based on what's been recommended by staff. And if grant opportunities come up or other eligible projects become identified, we do have the opportunity to revise the allocation. It's not set in stone, and that has been explored with the province, and they just do not want the funds to sit in some kind of reserve for future allocation. They have to be earmarked, and then we have a lot of freedom about reallocating them if things change, so.
Yeah, thanks for that, Barb, and I'll reiterate, because I think it's a point worth making. We got to earmark it. And I personally I'll go to Kate first, and then I'll make my remarks. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I looked at the attachment A, which adds up to 1.208 million, very close, the leftover 91,000. So, I mean, we could kind of make a switch if we wanted to, or my fear is that we make this allocation and like many things, it just just disappears and I forget about it. And even though we have all this intention to do something different than the CCC roof, I don't want this to get lost in the ether.
Great point. So I'm next then, Director Abbott. So, yeah, I've used the term what's yours is ours and what's ours is ours. And I think that's kind of what Director Nicholson had pointed out at the beginning. You know, I kind of feel like, I guess when you're giving us money, you can't feel that you've been hard done by, but you know, this has clearly got a specific set of parameters and guidelines that have to be met. And when Ms. Mohan got up and said, look, we gave you our recommendations and then there's the backup list, that's it. So we don't really have a lot of choices. However, I do think we do have some choices after we've earmarked it. Like I personally support the Stocking Dam project. Just I'm risk averse, and I don't want to be sitting here second guessing, you know, a family's home being wiped out, or you know, a natural disaster happening, and we could have taken some steps to avert that. But I will say that, well, the residents of Saltaire have been blessed by a fair bit of grant money in the last little bit for their project. I could see us earmarking this for the project and then looking at whether there's an appropriate level of allocation that we make of this, and maybe they do take on a little bit of long-term loan financing for an investment into the project. I feel similarly about the CCC in that, yeah, pretty great gift, but for the purposes of today, I think we should meet the requirement of allocating it, and we're not going to let this one go into the ether. This is something that I think we can look at what some of the options are. I can tell you it may seem like it's a little self-serving, but this boardroom is not meeting the needs of this organization very well these days. People can't hear in the gallery. You know, it's small, the IT is old, not supported, there's a whole bunch of that. But I think for the purposes of today, we should be earmarking, and then we look at whether or not there's other ways of tweaking and funding at a later date. So I'll reiterate, Stocking Dam, I support, if we have to, Couch and Community Center, but we should take care of what needs to be done as far as securing the funding. I'll go to Director Abbott. I've got, okay, Abbott, hang on, Wilson, Martman, and Acton. So go ahead, Director Abbott.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I too agree with Stocking Creek. And it seems like a real deal at something like 2. In fact, you may have heard me say before, I think we need more stockings. I think we need more locking water up in the valleys, specifically the Coxsala. But I'm a little, and I also know because Mr. Elzinga has made it very clear that we have an old girl in the CCC and it needs a new roof. But 4.75, I'm a little shocked when I look at we Area D having to spend approximately 50 per $100,000. It's like a bell curve. We're this little, and Ms. Bowen tells me it's because we use the community center a lot. So we should try to stop that, and I think we're gonna. But that's going to be a $500 hit for residents of on $1 million home. And hopefully home prices are coming down fast. But I would only ask, as we do earmarking, is there a way, I hear that we have to do the allocations today to allow staff to get on with planning the budget. I'm hoping that we can sharpen the pencil so that maybe there's a two-pronged approach to getting that roof done. Thank you.
Director Wilson, Martman, Acton, and Nicholson. Director Wilson.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And yeah, I fully understand we have to make those allocations now. That has to be done. That's one of those things. One of the things that I'd like clarification from Danielle, you did mention that there was grant money possibly for the roof because of safety or warming. Did I hear that right? No. Yeah, if you could please, that would be great.
Sorry, thanks. Hi. No, what I was clarifying is that public safety improvements to facilities is an eligible expense. And so there's a second item about the Cowichan Community Center tied to your decision earlier about establishing an emergency warming center there. And so along with that decision, staff have put this $50,000 on here to make improvements related to public safety at the CCC as well. Okay.
That's understood. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mohan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought I would clarify that we weren't able to be explicit in the report at the time we wrote it because the decision about the emergency warming center was in closed session. So it appears in your report as movable walls. And it's the $50,000 at the end, right? And that's of the recommendations. Yeah, it's because we couldn't mention it explicitly because it was still enclosed. So.
John?
And just added to that, Mr. Chair, so other potential items for that $50,000 include security cameras, lighting adjustments, and door hardware.
Thank you. Director Martman.
So thanks to Ms. Mohan for sharing the process. In that process, I think there's an item, did you consider the regional community connections, high priority locations? Because there is a project in my area that is one of those regional community connections. It's in play, and there's phase one would be covered by community works funds, but there's certainly multiple phases after that.
Through the chair to Director Martman, I'm sorry, what project is that?
It's called the Yellow Point Road, or Yellow Point Roadside Trail.
So through the chair to Director Martman, that was, what we were trying to avoid was breaking out the money out to the electoral areas as we did with the community works money. The province had asked us not to do that. They had already factored in all the electoral areas. This is the money. They're trying to get us to think very regional of stuff as in a bigger way of bigger projects and not having all these smaller ones. And that's why the first time we brought the 4 big ones to you. And
sorry, sorry to interrupt. This is a master plan that I'm referring to, and it comes to the priorities that's been set by the board. Like this yes, it's in an area, but it's a regional. It's no different to me than the other projects you've put in about the trails there, whether it's the Cowichan Valley Trail or a regional community connection trail. Like it's a regional. It's for the region.
through the chair to Director Marmon, I'd have to go back and look that up to get more details. I can't speak of it. It's not a project that I'm aware of, so it would be something I'd have to look into.
Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I can express myself here. I think we're doing us as electoral areas a disservice by having anything on the Cowichan Community Center function because it's in year 2. It's by usership. So to be more fair, at least a little bit more fair to electoral areas if we pick that funding and allocate it to a regional project. It will at least reflect our community's size. We'll all be getting a little piece of it, because Director Martin is right, that will not affect you at all. And actually, I think Area E would probably affect you the most, because you're already paying into it, so you would benefit from that, and then you would also benefit from, anyway, per person. But I just think to be more, the whole thing is not fair. We agree on that. But to be fair for us as electoral areas and for our taxpayers, I think we need to pick today, or at least have staff the direction is to reallocate to something that is a regional function. And I would be willing to make a motion to that if somebody gave me eyes that said, like, yes, we should do that. To at least reallocate number A and D to something on the project list that is funded regionally.
The security for the warming center.
No, but how's that getting paid? That's getting paid by Cowichan Community Center. That's not coming, is that gonna come, is it going towards emergency management?
Yeah, public safety at the CCC.
No, but yes, we need it to happen. If we don't allocate it, we're gonna pay for it. Where would we pay for that? We would pay for it from the Cowichan Community Center, because that would be their operation cost, no? So that's why I'm saying we shouldn't be funding anything in the Cowichan Community Center function.
Go, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through to Director Acton. So there is no budget currently scheduled for the structural adjustments for the Emergency Warming Center. So as you heard in previous reports, some expenses will be recoverable. These ones will not. We will also have other unrecoverable expenses. So there is no budget at this point, so staff may have to come back with a revised budget for function 420 to address some of those items, and that's going to come into the exact 2/3, 1/3 discussion that we're talking about, or potentially a deficit in the budget.
So I'm fine with leaving D just because it's minor, and I guess it's technically kind of fair because it's regional. But anyway, still not as fair.
Well, hang on, we've got a couple more people here. Director Nicholson and McClinton.
So my question is, we talked about agriculture today. Would we be able to use some funding to do an agricultural plan? And my other question was, I think we were in on a fairly expensive GIS 3-year project, were we not? Would that be eligible?
Through the chair to Director Nicholson, I'd have to look through the criteria that we provided back in July to see if any of those actually fall within the criteria of being eligible. And I do not, from a quick glance, do not see agriculture on there.
So just want to be clear, I think staff have done I think they used the word scoured, which is pretty descriptive. I think we're kind of limited to the list unless we want to have a special meeting between now and next week to recommend to the board. We're kind of limited to what's been recommended in the staff report and recommended in the attachment. Because to make another recommendation to the board other than what we have here, they'd have to go and check all the criteria and the like. So, yeah, I see them quickly running through, but let's try and keep the list of what we got, and we'll see if they come up with any brilliant suggestions on what we're recommending in the meantime. I guess, that's the only way I could see us putting another item in, is if we hear from staff that it's eligible and we want to adjust between now and the board meeting. Correct? Looking around, did somebody say yes? Yes?
Like what Barbara said before.
Yeah, Well, no, hang on, I'm got another speaker. So that, I think that's pretty much the reality. Like, we go with what we got, and if there's something different, then we're gonna have to have a special meeting to recommend it to the board. Okay? So, Director McClinton. Oh, good, because Ms. Sherulf has rejoined us. Ann, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we do have a $110,000 supplemental for GIS consulting services to support the modernized official community plan, local area plans, and comprehensive zoning bylaw. And so I'm throwing that out there as a potential item of eligibility that would serve only electoral areas.
It's not on the list.
No, it's not an eligible thing. I don't, yeah,
Yeah, she's going to. Yeah, yeah.
So just to, Mr. Chair, just to focus in on what are the eligible use of funds, I thank you, Anne, for your comment, but I'll just do a quick run through just to remind everybody. Keep in mind again, what Barbara has said before is that we have scoured project lists in anticipation of this to try to make it as easy on you as possible. But eligible expenses are things like infrastructure projects, right? I won't go through the list, but we know what infrastructure projects are. And including solid waste and water and the rest of it, which is why Stocking Dam is on the list. Public safety, emergency management equipment and facilities not funded by a senior level of government. We've got things like park additions, recreation-related amenities, natural hazard mitigation. And then the category about additional funds other than capital, yes, one-off costs include feasibility studies and early-stage development work, cost of designing, tendering, and acquiring land. I won't go through the rest of it, but that's the main categories of things that would be eligible.
Okay, I'm gonna, Director, I've got a motion happening here. Do you have a comment or question?
Well, then how would the First Nations framework thing fit into that?
Yeah, sorry, I don't have everything in front of me right this second, but related to supporting development or capital projects through ensuring that our consultation and development work is meeting reconciliation commitments. That's how we've pitched it, that it supports all of our development work and all of our project advancement in the regional district. That's how we have characterized that project.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Director Segal.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we choose recommendation B, C, and D. And the amount of A, it goes towards everything in attachment A. And the leftover that's like 91K, do we add it to Stocking Lake? Do we split the difference, add it to C and D? This is again coming to that, we just need to allocate it. And I think we're comfortable with allocating it to these other things. It's just the CCC roof that we're having a hard time with. So if we at least allocate it in that way.
Contingency.
We can, Tracy?
Through the chair to Director Segal. So we can up some of the ones on here, like, you know,
can?
we did an estimate with regards to the boardroom with the
Oh,
regional
okay.
growth
Okay,
strategy,
great.
stuff like that. We could put your extra
Yeah.
funding into
Okay,
those ones.
put
Those
it
ones
all
were
to
just,
attachment A.
yeah, those are the ones that we were, kind of just did a last minute, you know, kind of, we saw those ones and we're like, okay, we got them in there and they're kind of estimates, where the
Okay.
other ones were more looked at as being what they really had.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
somebody actually seconded that already, so is staff clear on what the recommendation is? No, I said is staff clear? It's not.
Would you like me to read it? That we choose B, C, and D in the amount of oh goodness, sorry, of A, go into, sorry, we choose A, B, C, and D in the amount of A go into everything in the attachment A, leftover goes to,
So there is no leftover now. There's no leftover. The 1.299 million of A to be directed to what's in attachment A. Not the Cowichan Community Center. So maybe, yeah.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Ellison?
So I just would like confirmation that you looked at all the water system issues, and sewer system issues, because I have a water system in my area that would love to get onto Duncan Water, and they need a water main, 500 meters of water main.
So through the chair to Director Nicholson, everything that was on this is everything I had up to date with, that I had looked at and everything that came in. We do have some that are going to supplementals next week, so we can look at those ones then.
So I'd suggest we have a possible supportable motion that is on the floor. I'm also going to suggest that directors, after the meeting, speak to our incredibly busy staff about things that they think might qualify. It's probably too late, but put them forward to staff and get your explanations as to what and why and how. Yeah, Director Abbott.
I'm still confused, Chair. Director Segal, can you just, I'm daft. And I'm sorry, Ms. Boyd, it didn't make it any clearer when.
A bit more detail then. So that'd be recommended to the board on December 13th, 2023, that the Growing Communities funds be allocated to B, C, and D are approved, and A, 1.299 million, will be allocated throughout everything in attachment A. Does that sound about right? Attachment A.
Right there, right there.
I've seen it, I read it. There's a boardroom, there's a.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take the 1.299 and blend it across all of those projects, not do the roof.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, we're not gonna do the roof.
Yes, correct. We will do the roof. We're just not paying for it.
Got it, it's clear.
So is everyone clear on the motion?
Yes.
Ben? Director Barber?
I'm clear on the motion. My motions would have been slightly different, but I'll speak to this one. In that I absolutely think C and D we should have probably separated them out and just voted on them. Because I think it's coming down to, in my head, that we look to where the land is in certain functions. And the functions that I see this landing in that benefits the most people across all the regions is function 280 and 575. And leave it at that. And not be specific as attachment A is. And just say, that's where we want to allocate the funds. And then we can see where those land out as future decisions. But 280 and 575 are what the functions that are in attachment A. So that's where I see the best use of community growth funds.
But I'm hearing from staff that they have to be allocated to projects. That's the answer.
Well, then the projects in 280 and 575. Yeah, anyways, that's where I would look to do this.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So, I'm confused now.
So
Ms. Mohan.
just to make it clear, if there's not projects in those functions that those funds can allocate that are eligible, then those funds would have to go into an operational or capital reserve, and that's prohibited. So that's why it has to be like a defined project, because it can't sit in a reserve.
As in the list on attachment.
As in the list we provided, yeah.
Okay. Okay, everybody, I'm going to call this question. Everybody ready? All those in favor? Any opposed? We have one opposed. The motion carries. I think that sort of concludes the items that we have before us today. Keep an eye out in case we have to, I don't think we have to have a special meeting between now and then. We meet tomorrow on budget. I know.
9 a.m.
Next item on the agenda, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. We have question period.
Like to Do you want to read your thing? No?
Thank you for waiting.
Oh, Mr. Chair, I have many, many, many questions, but I also have respect for the long day you have put in, so I will not pose them. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
Motion to adjourn, please.
Move seconded, all in favor, any opposed? Motion carries. See you at 9 a.m. Okay.
So, while you're all here, how did we?
What, who, what?